All right. Good morning to everyone who is now entering the meeting room for Zestfest today. And to be mindful for a moment, this is Thursday, October 7th. Here we are. This is it, the moment we've been waiting for, the moment all of the Zest Wellness team members, all of the production team, all of the speakers, panelists, community vendors, and partners. We've all been waiting for this day, and now it is here. It was interesting. I was having my breakfast this morning and brushing my teeth, and I was really having a moment of gratitude about how we can all come together to events like this. Even at this moment right now, we have over 100 of you who have entered this meeting room. And just think of it. Here we are learning knowledge and skills today. And if each of us tell one other person what we've learned today, we've just amplified our message to even more people. So it just goes to show you that being a community and coming together like we are right now, the ripple effect after this event, telling others what we've learned, sharing it with loved ones, we can continue this positive energy to others. So with that said, my name is Nathan Kolar. I work with the Zest Wellness team, and our purpose is to help you create healthy habits, and in doing so, create healthy workplaces as well. And of course, this isn't just myself talking. My partner in crime, moderating this as well, is Mr. Donovan Ingram.
Good morning, Nathan. Good morning, attendees. Thank you for joining me, Nathan and our team. Today is a monumental day, Nathan. As you mentioned, this has been a lot of work in the making, and finally, Zestfest is underway. My name is Donovan Ingram, and I'm live from CG Atlantic Medical in the Bahamas. And I want to remind everyone that's listening that you woke up this morning with purpose. These are definitely uncertain times, and this Zestfest, the virtual health fair in itself, the title of it is Cultivating Wellness in Uncertain Times, and these are definitely uncertain times. But I want to remind you, no matter what time it is, these times, most importantly, you have purpose. And I'll be remiss if I didn't start with some proper housekeeping today. I wanted to remind everyone that this is a meeting, not a webinar. And with that being said, please keep your speaker view on during the entirety of Zestfest. And you can do so by clicking the view button, as this is the welcome, and also during the question and answer segment and during our closing. We will invite everyone to show their cameras and wave and say hello to you, to give us a little nod to say you're happy today. And then additionally, we also want to remind everyone that by clicking the start button at the bottom right of the corner, you will be allowed to hide non-video participants, and that gives you the full view of who's presenting, and so you can enjoy Zestfest in its entirety.
Well said, Donovan. And to echo your comment for everyone who's listening right now, like Donovan said, we encourage you. There's a chat box below. We're gonna have Q&As. We encourage participation. You know, whether it's comments, whether it's questions, whether it's overall feedback, this is all about dialogue, a two-way dialogue. So we want to hear from you. So what you can expect today with Zestfest, the subtitle being Cultivating Wellness in Uncertain Times, is three main sections. The first section is called Mindfulness and Resilience in the New Reality. The second part is called The Future of Designing Healthy Habits and Workspaces. The third category, the final category, being creating healthy communities with Zest Wellness. And you'll see for each of these different categories of sessions, we have keynote speakers, we have expert panelists, and we have community partners who have all come to join us and to help you and your loved ones. With that said, also don't forget, we encourage you have a bottle of water nearby. Take as many bathroom breaks as you require. Remember, posture. If you have a window near you, get some sunlight in there, and most of all, enjoy yourself. This event is for you, and it's for us, again, to help our loved ones as well. We cannot emphasize that enough. Donovan, back to you.
All right, thank you, Nathan. So that brings us to the first presentation of the hour. And this presentation is Mr. Michael Apollo, and he's speaking on behavior change in the new reality. Little information about Michael Apollo. Michael Apollo is a leader in workplace mindfulness and in executive development with a long-standing practice in mindfulness. He is a registered mental health clinician, emotional intelligence coach, and the founder and president of Mindful Gateway, a learning and development consultancy that has introduced mindfulness to over 1 million people. He has worked with political leaders, multi-nation organizations, and elite athletes. One day he'll work with me. And champions winning sports teams. He lives in Toronto, Canada, and has a 5-year-old son and 3-year-old daughter who continue to be his greatest mindfulness teachers. With that being said, I would like to introduce Mr. Michael Apollo using the words from Mother Teresa. Yesterday is gone, tomorrow has not yet come. We have only today. Let us begin.
Thank you so much, Donovan and Nathan, and welcome to you all. I'm so grateful to be here and to have this time with you. I'm Michael Apollo, and without further ado, I would like us to seize this moment and dive right in. So I'm going to share my slides with you to guide us along for this journey. And as Donovan and Nathan have shared, you know, right now we are living in unprecedented times, and this is having an unprecedented impact on all of us around the world. And I've had the great privilege of working in this field of mindfulness and to be able to share these types of techniques and tools and practices that can help you to stay well in the moment. And what I'm going to explore today is really looking at mindfulness and the new reality. And the journey that we're going to go on right now is one where at first I'm going to just share with you a bit of the current situation that the pandemic has provided to us. Then I'm going to shift and I'm going to share with you how to mindfully respond to the pandemic. So what is some of the research saying? What are some of the leading insights saying that, you know, the helpful approaches that we can take to really support ourselves in the moment. And then I'm going to move in and I'm going to share with you some tactics to support mental and physical well-being during this time as we move through it. We're actually going to go through an experience. So we're going to go through a mindfulness experience as well. And then I'm going to walk you through a number of different practices from a resource guide that we're going to distribute to each and every one of you to be able to reference to support yourself in self-care as you move forward within your lives. And so as we begin right now, as you all come in here, whatever setting that you may find yourself in, let's just take a collective deep breath in and a deep breath out and just sigh and just acknowledge the fact that we have arrived here right now. You may have a lot of things on your plate. You may have a number of things in your environment pulling at your attention. Let's just take this moment to maybe silence our phones, shut down our tabs, and just for these next 25 minutes where I have your attention, we can bring ourselves fully to bear at this time. Great. So here we are, the current situation that we find ourselves in. This is a unique time in human civilization where the entire planet's population is being impacted in a very similar way. And the interesting reality that we find ourselves in is one where these types of disruptions to the regular patterns that we sort of move throughout our day, the habits that we have, you know, be it if we're working virtually fully or have been switching in and out of work, or we are out of the office for a while, or we're at home and we have, you know, work-life balance is out the door. It's now work-life blending. And where we have our little colleagues, little coworkers running around with us day in, day out. This has disrupted sort of the regular way that we go about our days. And the habits that we usually have that we would use to take care of ourselves, like, for example, walking from one place to the next, interacting with certain people, going for our favorite, you know, coffee or cappuccino or tea, all of that has sort of shifted. And what's really interesting is all these little practices that we've sort of built around our life to help support us, they sort of got shaken up a little bit. And this is having a definitive impact on us. In addition, there's so much more media. Like, you know, here I have a number of these media articles that I've shared here for you. There's so much influx of media and so much more time that we're spending on digital devices that this too is affecting our mental health in a really big way. As well, this increased pressure that we're dealing with as well is sort of causing us to be in front of a desk longer, and it's shifting the amount of physical variation that we have. Getting up and moving, we're doing that less, and also connecting with others, we're doing that less. And all the research is showing that this is having an impact on us. Of course, there's the economic impact, and also there is the social transformation that's happening around the world as well right now. A lot of issues coming to bear. So we got to understand that, you know, there's a lot that we're holding right now. So how can we hold this, right? And the reality is, looking at some of the research, just so that we can see very clearly what's happening here. Some of the research from Zapier and Stanford, what they're finding is that there's roughly like 40 to 65% of, just to give you a snapshot of the North American workforce, has transitioned to be working at home or predominantly in a virtual type of setting, in a virtual space. And this is massive, right? When before it was roughly around like 30%. So there's been a massive migration to a different way of interacting. And it's a big reality specifically for knowledge workers. And when we look at the other 50%, it's roughly 25% essential workers and 25% unemployed. So when we look at sort of the impact of how things have shifted, this is really, really big. When we look at as well, what's really interesting, when we look at some of these, they're called VPNs, virtual private networks, what they do is they track how much time people are engaged in different activities. And so NordVPN is one of these providers, and they found off of like hundreds of thousands of people that we're working more now, especially when we're working sort of virtually, that there's roughly almost like a 2-hour increase in amount of time spent working. What I found working with a lot of people and a lot of people's minds during this time, specifically in the workplace, there's also this sort of sense where I'm not doing enough, or I could be doing better. I think this is really important to note. You know, we're sort of extending the time that we're working because we're much more digitally connected. But then there's also this sort of increased internal pressure that we're bringing to ourselves. I think that's just important just to bring into awareness. Another really interesting study came out by Human Resource Executive. They found that 88% of workers have experienced moderate to extreme stress during the pandemic. And roughly around that amount, that percentage as well, have listed that this time has been the most stressful time in their work lives ever. So let's just take a moment, you know, let's breathe that in. This is a reality that we're dealing with. And it's really important for us to see this clearly, especially right now, because even if we're coping now, or even having a bit of trouble coping right now, the reality is that this is most likely going to continue. And the body and the brain, so our neurophysiology, does not like to deal with this type of stress and this dramatic change that we're dealing with. And maybe some of you have heard of this VUCA acronym, VUCA. And I think this is a really important acronym to share here with you all. It's an acronym that they actually used to categorize something called, or to characterize, the fog of war. So on the battlefield, what would happen would be there would be sort of a fog would come in, and, or even just in the battlefield, you wouldn't know what's going to come at you at any time. And to depict that, there are these 4 key things that depict what that feels like. And also that depicts what a high stress environment is. A high stress environment is one that our bodies are getting really impacted with, and also our minds. The first is the V, which is volatile. It's volatile. Things are changing constantly. The second thing is uncertainty. Here, you don't know what's going to come at you at any time. The third one is complexity. So with complexity is that there's so many things that we need to take in consideration. There's so much information coming our way. And the fourth is ambiguity. We don't know the right way forward. We could just sort of make best guesses. And what I find really interesting is that this is a really good depiction of what we're dealing with right now, is a VUCA environment. Volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. So just check in. Do you think that we've been dealing with this? Have you been dealing with a little bit of this volatility, uncertainty, complexity, ambiguity? I see some notes coming in here. Wendy and Don, thank you. Yeah, it's a bit true. You know, the interesting thing is, even before the pandemic, this acronym was being used in the workplace. We're living in VUCA environments. Workplaces are getting more and more complex. There's much more uncertainty happening right now. It's actually on an exponential curve. And it's getting quicker, then more organizations are being able to become more resilient to that. I think that's really important. Resilience is a really key thing here, because that's what we need to be able to develop to be able to deal with this. But how do you do that, right? How do you do that? It's interesting as well. I've been working with a number of leaders and organizations, and they say that it just seems right now that we've had to throw all our sort of strategies out the door. And it's almost like what we're doing is we're driving down the road, or we're on a racetrack, and we're trying to build the car as we go. You know, sort of that type of mindset. How do we bring that type of mindset to bear? And so, especially now, I think what's really important is, not only are we having to sort of deal with what we have dealt with and trying to figure out how we're going to be able to support ourselves and staying well during this time, but based on what a lot of the research is showing, these epidemiologists, and we're starting to see it, you know, with the fall sort of increase right now and influx in cases, is that we're going to be working with a bit of like an accordion. Things are going to open up, things are going to close down. Things are going to open up, things are going to close down. And so this is, you know, what we're looking at, so the best modeling. So in this time, how are we going to keep ourselves well for the long run? Our habits have been disrupted. That means that there was a space for a period of time. How are we going to fill this space? There's only so much Netflix and YouTube and social media and news and this distraction that we can sort of fit in there. But what are we going to choose as our new habits? And right now is a very important moment in our lives to make a very important choice of how we're going to support ourselves over the next period of time until we figure this thing out collectively. And specifically to prepare for the mental health pandemic that's going to come after this. Because there's a lot of people saying, and a lot of the research have shown from previous quarantines and pandemics that have happened in the past, that there's a ripple effect of stress, anxiety, which we're already starting to see, but also post-traumatic stress. And so we just need to be able to see that clearly to be able to respond effectively. So the question is, Wow, Michael, that's a lot of stuff that we've just explored here. How do I respond to this? It seems a bit overwhelming. You know, maybe I'm noticing my friends or my family or colleagues and coworkers having some challenge during this time. What can I do? Well, let's break it down a little bit here, okay? I did a bit of research, and there's a consulting company called McKinsey and Company, whom is one of the leading researchers, research consulting and strategy consulting companies out there. And they came out with a really interesting report at what some of the top leaders and organizations do to support themselves, actually to excel in moments of crisis. And this is a really powerful quote. You know, it's not that we need like a, you know, a set pathway. Like, here, give me the steps, 1, 2, 3, and now I'll just get through this pandemic and I'm done. And I'll just do these check marks and, and life is complete. Unfortunately, it's not that easy. But what they found is that what we do need is behaviors and mindsets that will prevent us from overreacting to yesterday's developments and to help us to look ahead. Now, it's not saying, you know, what has happened didn't happen, or it's not sort of blatantly sort of accepting, like, and just saying, hey, you know, I'm just going to go with this and let's just, you know, let's see what happens. But actually seeing very clearly, we're not exaggerating the challenges that we're faced with. We're not diminishing it. We're just giving ourselves a chance to see it clearly, to be able to move through it. But how do we create these behaviors? How do we create these mindsets that can really help us to not overreact and to see clearly? And this is where neuroscience is coming in and showing that, well, we can actually develop these behaviors. We can develop these types of mindsets. And what's really interesting is there are mind training practices that we can do, and specifically that can actually change the structure and the functions of our brain and how it responds to stress and to what's happening in the moment. Instead of reacting, we can take a moment to regulate our emotions. Instead of being constantly pulled in different directions to perhaps all the media and all the things that perhaps are making a lot of negative and challenging experiences within us, we can choose to be present with what we're doing in this moment. Rather than perhaps being distracted and or, you know, judgmental of others, we can foster a sense of connection, empathy, and support and compassion. And when we do all of that, what they find is that not only does the brain change, that's what neuroplasticity means, is that the brain is more plastic, but we become more resilient, we become more caring, and our lives become more at ease, even in the face of challenge and crisis. So how do we do it? Well, mindfulness is the most researched and often the most effective practice that can help us. When we look at all the studies of all the different practices that are out there, practicing mindfulness can be really, really helpful. And what they're finding is right now there's been an explosion of research from Harvard, Stanford, Yale, like across the world. All the top neuroscience centers and all the top research centers are producing over 1,000 articles a year from the top, called peer-reviewed journals, where you have like a lot of researchers going, hey, did you do this right? There's even more. But what they're doing is now there's a huge explosion and there's been an exponential rise. So what ended up happening was, you know, in the 1980s, there's almost nothing, but when there started being a lot of money put into brain research, there's been a huge increase in scientific articles. And also, if you look at the number of newspaper stories on mindfulness, it's been increasing with the research. So what's happening is that the research based benefits, is actually making the media cover this. And the benefits are many that they're finding right now. And you just Google mindfulness and you'll find a whole bunch of it. And so what is mindfulness? The way that I like to define it is it's an ability that we all have. We all have it. And it's our ability to focus and be aware of what's happening in this moment. And maybe we become aware of how distracted we are, or how anxious or stressed we are. But that's an ability that we all have. Once we become aware in the moment, we can gain a bit of perspective rather than being caught up in those thoughts and, in our judgments of ourselves and others. We have a bit of space when we become aware. And in that space, there's empathy, there's compassion, there's greater ease. And that helps us to respond with intention. So this is where we can actually make a choice instead of being sort of bouncing around and bouncing off the walls of life. We're much more choiceful in how we approach our lives. And so instead of reacting mindlessly, we're sort of, well, this is just how I am. This is how things happen to me. This is just how life is. Instead of being driven by our habits, we have a chance to choose how we respond in the moment. So, to respond mindfully, there's a few key things that we need to do is to cultivate resilience, which is our ability to cope with what's happening and to be able to bounce back when we've been knocked off our horse, so to speak. The next thing is to practice connection, to truly connect, to truly listen without an agenda, without judgment, to allow ourselves to really hear other people and to even hear ourselves, and to connect as well with our environment, our surroundings, to practice connecting. And the other thing that we need to, that can really help us to respond mindfully is to make really important decisions about how we take care of ourselves, how we take care of others, and the world. So these are some ways that we can start developing that capacity. And there's a lot of organizations that are doing this, that are in the midst of it. I've had the great privilege of working with all these organizations, governments, some of the top tech companies, top universities. They're all sort of bringing leaders in all across the world are bringing these types of practices, and specifically mindfulness, to help support during this time. And the impact is remarkable. And I'm not going to go into this, but we actually did a research study on people that were going through a program before the pandemic. And we've studied thousands of people going through these practices, these mindfulness programs and practices. And before the pandemic, they started a program. And the pandemic hit, and the program continued. And after the pandemic, we studied them again. And we thought, okay, we started this program before and then after the pandemic. What's probably going to happen is that people are going to be perhaps a bit worse off. But what they found is when these practices were brought in, it actually increased their health and well-being dramatically more than we found before, where people weren't facing a crisis. So it might be possible that during this time, that bringing these practices can be extremely helpful for us. Maybe even more so than before because there's more at stake. So just to think about that, increase in well-being, stress, ability to be more resilient, and even team climate increased when a team was doing this together. So how are you taking care of your team? Are you collectively practicing presence, gratitude, taking care of each other, connecting in with each other, making very choiceful decisions on how we approach our workday together? When we check in when we have meetings, when we don't have meetings, send emails, don't send emails. These are all different things and tactics that you could bring in to support your team. But right now, what I want to do is I want to share with you some tactics that can help you in the moment. So I'm going to invite all of you now to engage in a brief 1 to 2 minute practice. All right. And so we're going to do a practice right now called the Relax, Reflect, Respond practice. This practice can be done in 3 breaths, or it can be done in 2 to 3 minutes. You can choose to do this practice right now if you wish, or you can just listen, and that's just fine as well. Okay? you can do this practice with eyes open, or if you choose, you can do this practice with eyes closed. In the future, you can do this practice like a stealth mindfulness practice in any moment, in any setting. Because again, mindfulness is not about distracting ourselves from what's happening. It's not about shutting down our thoughts. It's not about figuring things out. It's not even a relaxation practice. It's really about seeing clearly the way things are, just as we've been doing right now. The whole thread has been seeing clearly the way things are so we can respond optimally. So let's just take a moment. If you wish to take part in this practice, I invite you to do so right now. Allowing yourself to assume a comfortable, relaxed, and alert seated posture. Lower your gaze below the screen, or close your eyes if that's comfortable for you. You can maintain an open gaze if that is more accessible. Resting your hands in your lap or your thighs, and just taking a few deep cleansing breaths. I'm just going to invite you now just to reflect on maybe a light stressor that you're facing right now. A 5-pound weight and not a 100-pound weight, okay? So a very light stressor that you might be dealing with, because just like any practices, the more we do this, the better we'll get at it. Maybe something that you're dealing with at work. And just calling it to mind. Just very briefly, calling this light stressor to mind. Just noticing what thoughts come up as you bring this challenge to mind. Maybe people that are present, things that were said, weren't said, and just notice what perhaps emotions are called up as you bring this challenge to mind. Emotions come up in the span of words. It could be frustration or anger, fear, jealousy. Or maybe no emotion is noticed or nothing comes up. That's just fine. Just notice that. As you bring that challenge to mind as well, just notice what body sensations come up. Maybe there's some tension in your body, the neck or the head. Just pay attention to these sensations. Maybe there's some heat or tingling or pressure in the chest or the belly. And now as you pay attention to these sensations, I want you to just take a few breaths now with full attention. So paying attention to your in-breath and out-breath just for a few moments at the space of your belly. Breathing in and breathing out. Allowing your breathing to be natural. Your body knows how to breathe. Paying attention to these breath sensations. And just bringing your attention back when you lose touch once in a while for a few more moments. And now I want to invite you to reflect. Can you let this go? Can you let this be? Or does this challenge need some type of action from you? Can you let it go? If you can't let it go, can you let it be? And does this need some action? And if it needs action, is it a change in your relationship, your behavior to it, your attitude? Or is it something that you need to do? Just reflecting for a few moments. And now responding, making the choice on how you're going to take care of yourself, the other, or perhaps the situation. Taking a full in breath and a full out breath, lifting your gaze or opening your eyes, and just carrying that reflection forward with you. It's a simple relax, reflect, respond. And if this was helpful for you, maybe just sharing in the chat, what did you choose? What did you choose to do to support yourself or to support others? Maybe was it just let it be? Maybe it was let it go? Or are you going to take some type of action? I'm interested to see and to hear from you. So in the chat, you can just write that, or you might just say, what did you notice in terms of just taking a few moments to breathe and to be with it? Did it support you? maybe it amplified things, and maybe you notice, wow, this is really stressful. I'm like, I'm really dealing with this. Okay, so just noticing that and just thinking, how are you going to respond? Fantastic. So we're seeing here, powerful, taking action, letting things go and letting it be, letting it go, definitely letting it go. Accept the feeling and let it be, let it go. I was anxious. I need to deal with the situation. So just maybe becoming aware, wow, this is really creating some anxiety in me. Improving that is not about my answer, but rather our answer. So interesting. So working on teams and how to approach it. I now have a headache. So sometimes we might even just be aware, wow, there's so much happening under the hood too, that we might just be wearing a lot of pressure too. And you might become aware of that. So just to finish off here, there's a whole host of tactics and a checklist that can help support you. This is going to be circulated with you all. As you go in, and to take care of others, you need to take care of yourself first and foremost. The first thing, prioritize self-care. Work out, meditate, walk in nature, journal. Take micro breaths. You might use this practice or just take a few calming breaths. Enjoy a warm beverage, doodle, or read. During breaks, take mindful walks, stand, sit, desk stretch. It's really important to bring that physical variation in there. Eat mindfully. Take a meal away from distractions and really appreciate it. Hydrate, very, very important for the brain and the body. Limit social media and news consumption. This is very important because our brain is like Velcro to the negative and Teflon to the positive. The positive just sort of slides right off. The negative sticks. There's a reason why news, gleans on some of the negative stuff. Practice gratitude every day. Reflect on one thing that you are grateful for and connect. Acknowledge, express gratitude to, or check in with colleagues, friends, and family. And limit screen time, sleep. 7 to 8 hours, very important. These are all research-based practices. We're going to distribute this to you all as a reference tool. And I just want to say thank you so much for participating in this webinar. I hope this is helpful for you. If you do have one takeaway, please put it into the chat. I'd be very interested to hear what was most valuable to you. What's that one thing that you're going to take away from our time together? And thank you so much for coming on this journey with us.
Mr. Michael Apollo, thank you for that. Even for myself, all these emotions were going on in my mind when I was doing that 3R practice. When I realized one thing, it's raining outside. I wasn't even aware of the weather this morning as much as I could have been by really reflecting and choosing to be mindful in the moment. Even in addition to that, Mike, I have to tell you, every time I hear you speak, I have my notebook and I have multiple pencils. They're flying everywhere. I'm trying to write notes. I'm trying to be mindful. And so it's fantastic. It's always a pleasure hearing you speak. And like I said, I think you mentioned a number of points that we can then bring back to our loved ones. So thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you so much for having me.
For everyone who's tuned in right now, over 180 of you, which is amazing. We're now going to shift gears to our mental health and the workplace panel. And the Zest Wellness team member who is conducting that is Mr. Glenn Duran. So Glenn, the floor is yours with our 3 panelists.
Good morning, everyone. My name again is Glenn Duran. I am the Corporate Wellness Coordinator here at CG Brit K in the Cayman Islands. And I am going to jump right into introducing our panelists for today's discussion. So to start out with us, we have from the Cayman Islands, Dr. Shannon Seymour from the Wellness Center. We have Dr. Chantel Simmons, who is from the Bermuda Hospitals Board. She is the Chief of Psychiatry there. And last but certainly not least, from the Bahamas, we have marriage and family therapist, Miss Ali McPhail from the Family Medicine Center. Welcome and good morning to you all again.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So good morning, everyone. So to dive right in, and in the best interest of time to make sure we get through this high quality content, I'm going to dive right into our questions and we will just kind of let things flow from there. So this is my first question, and it's a general question for the entire panel. And we'll start with you first, Dr. Seymour, and then we'll go to Chantal, and then we'll go to Ali.
Perfect.
Generally speaking, during times of normalcy, in each of your respective jurisdictions, from your experience, how do you view the landscape of mental health in the local workforce? Now, this would have been prior to COVID and everything that has gone down in recent times, but what was your view of mental health in the workforce from there? Take it away, Dr. Seymour.
Thanks very much for having me. This is really exciting. I think in the Cayman Islands, which is where I am right now, we've done a lot of work in the field of mental health in terms of building our community's awareness, and that has expanded then to our corporate entities, our government entities. And so I feel like prior to COVID, we were in a pretty good place. We had a lot of companies that had workplace wellness programs, a lot of insurance providers covering. We had a general acceptance of the importance and the value of mental health care, and seeing it holistically as part of just general health and well-being. And so from that vantage point, I think that we were pretty fortunate in that we already had this sort of foundation of what is mental health and its importance in our community prior to COVID. So we've been able to kind of build on that or ramp that up, I guess, in response to what we're dealing with now.
Thank you for your answer. Dr. Simmons?
Thank you very much for the opportunity. It's a really exciting wellness forum, so we are grateful for the chance to participate today. Similar to Cayman Islands, from a local perspective, I do believe that we'd seen a positive shifts in terms of acknowledging the role of the importance of supporting mental well-being in the workplace. As an example, we have a mental health first aid program that is led by our lead clinical psychologist here at BHB, and they had received a real explosion in demand in recent years. We went from having 2 facilitators to 7. We had companies reaching out and requesting full-day trainings for their entire staff. We've reached out to agencies within government and collaborating partners. So I agree that it's kind of similar to our colleagues, there had been an increased overall awareness in recent years. That's not to say there is not still a degree of stigma associated with mental health. To this day, I would still have GPs that will call to request what we call curbside consults because their patients are reluctant to seek formal mental health support. So we do still have a way to go as a community. However, I do believe that there's been progress made in recent years.
Great. Thank you for your answer, Dr. Simmons. And Ali, on to you.
Hi, thank you for having me. I also agree there has been some progress within the workplace. When I go in and do workplace seminars with companies, the issues that I see, everyone's on fire for it. Everyone wants to see mental health take charge, but the lack of, I don't know what to do next. Like they don't have specific steps into making it a practical piece. So I think, although we have the awareness, a lot of people are still feeling pretty stuck because, yeah, I want to feel better mentally. That's certainly an important piece. I mean, even looking at productivity at the workplace is so linked to mental health, but then we need more practical steps and practical awareness for our employees and staff.
Awesome. Great answer. Thank you so much. Swinging right into the next question, that'll be a bit more individual focused based on your areas of practice and expertise and focus. So again, coming back to Dr. Seymour here in the Cayman Islands, we're going to ask you, being that you're both the clinical director and owner of your practice there in the Cayman Islands, which is a unique thing, Generally, how has your staff been impacted by the pandemic? That's kind of the first part of my question. And the second part, which I can repeat if needed, how has your clientele and your business been affected as a whole?
That's a really good question, Glenn, and it's a loaded question, I think, because or it's a difficult question to answer, because on one hand, we are sort of, because of our role, we are caregivers to our community in many regards. We're looking after families and individuals and organizations. And so it's been very challenging as a business owner to manage the needs of my staff as well as the needs of the community in which we are here to serve and to support. And so I think just listening to Michael's presentation before, it's information I've presented, but when you hear it, you really get to hear it from a different perspective. So I found that helpful, and as a good reminder that we have to always take care of ourselves in order to be able to care for others. I think in terms of the general response to the pandemic, we had to transition very quickly from clinic-based work to telehealth. We had to ramp up our skill set in that and our qualifications in that. And we had to negotiate with health insurance companies in order to be able to successfully deliver that. So there was a massive learning curve. There was this obviously massive anxiety and all of the things that we know were taking place from a neurological perspective. And I think what we're seeing now is we're seeing sort of the burden of all of it is starting to catch up. And so we're seeing it within ourselves as a company. We're also seeing it within the organizations that we support. So I think as we've sort of come through, well, us in the Cayman Islands anyways, the height of the actual fear of the pandemic, we're starting to really see, I think it was Dr. Simmons maybe that had said there, that mental health sort of aftershock almost, if you were saying, we see the needs, we see the fatigue, we see the difficulties with focus and concentration. We're seeing that internally, and we're trying to support people externally. And so it really is a challenging point. And when I talk to other business leaders, I certainly can empathize with having to sort of straddle two sides of this issue.
Thank you for your answer, Dr. Seymour, and for letting us into a little bit of the, behind the scenes challenges there. So Dr. Simmons, coming on to you, as Chief of Psychiatry, is there any perspective that you can give us as to how COVID actually impacted the inpatient division of your practice in Bermuda there? And also, is there anything uniquely notable regarding substance abuse or mental health that you'd like to share with us?
No, thank you for that question, because that is an excellent one. Interestingly, at the start of the pandemic, our inpatient acuity decreased. And the feedback that we're receiving from patients is that not dissimilar to our sister hospital, King Edward, patients were reluctant to come to hospital because there was such a fear of catching COVID. And so during the month of April, our unit capacity, I don't have the exact numbers, but it was definitely less than 50% because everyone wanted to stay away from the hospital at all costs. Now, and this was very similar over on the King Edward side, as I understand from speaking with colleagues there, that they had actually had a decrease in ER visits and decrease in their non-COVID related ER visits and decrease in non-COVID related medical admissions. Now, since that period, our inpatient acuity has subsequently increased. And certainly the month of August was probably one of the highest acuity ones that we've had in recent weeks, in recent months. And again, there's this sense of the pandemic kind of gradually catching up in terms of the mental health burden escalating. We've seen a similar pattern on the outpatient services in that there was this almost focus on the physical concerns initially, and on the outpatient setting, we are numerous patients reaching out, requesting visits. Appointments are quite far booked in advance. There was a pandemic model that was distributed by Hopkins. Many of you might have seen it, but essentially they talk about 4 waves of the pandemic. The first wave being the acute pandemic response, the second, the acute medical needs, the third, the chronic medical needs, and the fourth, the mental health needs. And that's very much where we are finding ourselves now as a community.
Thank you for sharing that. So going on to you now, Ali, there in the Bahamas, as a family therapist, and knowing that you also dabble into corporate work as well, there in the Bahamas, as it pertains to the working from home format that has been globally adopted, as Mr. Apollo mentioned in his presentation. Can you speak on the merging of these two separate but almost equally important life functions, and that's home life and work life, and blending them together as was previously noted, and the impact that it has had on the family dynamic?
It's been enormous. Before COVID, before we all had to work at home, you certainly had a bit more of a balance. Sometimes work-life balance was still in question, but at the very least, you had your commute to buffer you from home. You had your kids at school, and now everyone is all in the same space. And so the idea of a family sacred space, if you will, where it's just our family and we just do family stuff, is almost gone. And so one of the things that I like to challenge people with is, can we find that balance? It's going to look different, but can we find that balance again? Literally, like one example would be, at dinner time, everything from schoolwork, which was on the dinner table, leaves, and your computer, which was on the dinner table, leaves, and it's your dinner, and it's just dinner with family. It takes a little bit more work, but finding the separation is super important for everyone. And the other issue is that we all used to have a little bit of space from our family, and we love our families, right? Everyone has to nod, but they do drive us crazy sometimes. And so having those little kids while you're trying to work, and then you switch right into, okay, I'll cook you something. People are finding there's no buffer, and that is a big deal. So the biggest things for me, self-care. Now, self-care has changed. No longer can you just go out for a coffee with a friend. You can't just go to a spa and get a manicure. I think the biggest self-care change for me, be something that Michael would have talked about, is just learn to be present. Take in the moment. If your kid is having a funny moment, go with it. Just okay, and breathe. And so don't look for self-care as something you have to purchase or something you have to invest into, like going out of your house. Find a way to do it in your own space. And the other part is we have to build better resilience. Now, I think COVID is actually going to change that for us. We think we're learning. But resilience is, flexibility, keeping our decisions kind of fluid, looking at what we can control, what we can't control. And if we cannot control this, we have to find a way to accept it. And acceptance is more of it's more of a movement. It's not a moment where we just flick a switch and go, oh, I totally get this, I accept it. We have to practice every day. This is not what I want it to be, but we will adapt and we will be okay. So there's a lot of challenges in the family house because of COVID, for sure.
Great. Thank you so much for your perspective. Going into our next question, which is our last question that I have planned. And just bear in mind, we have about 6 minutes left, ladies. So accelerating past COVID, let's say hypothetically, this thing is completely over, right? How do you think our experience from the crisis will change the mental health scope in the workplace going forward? We'll start with you, Dr. Seymour, again, then we'll go to Dr. Simmons, and we'll come right back to you, Ali.
Okay, this is the speed round. I feel like we're going to come out the other end of this better for it from a mental health perspective, although it's going to take a toll, and it is going to be really important that people get the care they need. I do see a more willingness for workplaces to be flexible around their employees accessing mental health care. I think what we've seen here is that the availability and the recognition and normalization of telehealth from a mental health perspective is making mental health services more accessible. So I have clients who maybe can attend a weekly appointment now, whereas before just getting out of the office and driving and parking and dealing with traffic really limited that. So I also think that organizations are recognizing this as something that they need to have ready. I think this caught a lot of companies sort of on their back foot. And so moving forward, I think a lot of companies are going to be very proactive, and they're going to recognize the importance of this and to make sure that they have mental health policies, mental health procedures, and mental health benefits. We've seen a lot of organizations very quickly increase mental health benefits to be able to respond to these needs. And so I do think Although I feel like we're still in the crisis mode, I feel like we're going to come out of this in a good place from a mental health perspective.
Great answer. Thank you. Dr. Simmons.
No, I would agree. Michael made the comment that there's not a single person on the planet that has not been impacted by the pandemic. And I think we've all been through some degree of anxiety, low mood, worry since the pandemic started. And so that, I believe, has really kind of shifted our global awareness of mental health and the support needs in ways that were not present before the pandemic. Within our organization, we've started mindfulness in the botanical gardens for staff, specifically to provide support that was put in place by one of our occupational therapists at the start of the COVID-19. And so I agree, I think there's an increased awareness of employers around the role, perhaps because there's that ability to relate to, hey, this has been an extraordinarily stressful time. I also think that one of the gifts or the silver linings has been this flexibility. I was doing a telepsychiatry session about a week ago with a patient, and I apologized because I was running a few minutes late. And she said, "Don't worry." She's like, "When I have to leave Hamilton, drive to your office, find parking, and then wait in the waiting room," she's like, "That's frustrating." But she's like, "I've been able to be productive while I was here." So the point being is that there's greater flexibility. Just thinking outside the box around hours. I threw out the suggestion that perhaps what I'll do is start doing a 12 until 8 one day a week, which will provide time, an evening clinic for those who are working until 5 o'clock. So the point being is that this flexibility, we've been forced to adapt as a global community, and I'm optimistic that this will be a positive in terms of mental health care provision moving forward.
Thank you so much for your answer. Going on to you now, Ali.
Agreed. It's going to make us, and it has made us 100% more aware of what we're dealing with, our thoughts. A lot of people are stuck at home dealing with their thoughts. There aren't many distractions. So they have to know, am I okay with my thoughts? Am I not okay? So that awareness is to watch. The other piece is, I think it's forcing our hand in resiliency. Bottom line is, you guys are watching this webinar, you're learning, you 100% of the days of COVID so far. So, and I'm not talking about the physical disease, I'm talking about the mental impact. And so realizing how resilient we really are already can help us build into the future. And then I really think as families and as coworkers, learning the value of communication, what we took for granted before, where we would just kind of pass by and see real life people. I think it's so novel to see real life people now. It was like, oh, I saw them in person, and it's a joy. And I'm like, wow, really did need that. And I'm a bona fide introvert, but I realize seeing people in real life is really energy giving to everyone. So how do we connect? I think that's going to be a beautiful thing as we start to COVID cocoons.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your answers. Again, I just want to recap our panelists who are on deck with us today, and thank you guys all for your contributions from your expertise and taking the time out of your busy schedule to be with us today. So again, we've had Dr. Shannon Seymour from the Cayman Islands, had Dr. Chantel Simmons from Bermuda, and we had family therapist from the Bahamas, Ali McPhail. Thank you all so much. I will now at this stage turn the mic back over to our host.
All right, Glenn, thank you so much. That was powerful, guys. Ali, Chantel, Shannon, excellent contributions. It's been remarkable, the words that you've given us. And I feel even stronger now after hearing this panel discussion. I want to bring up some points that you guys addressed. In fact, you spoke about removing the mental health stigma from the workplace. I think that's very important. I also heard the need for mental health benefits. I think that's also super important. And one of the strongest things I heard was we need to be reminded to take care of ourselves, be able to take care of others. You know, I think that's something that we tend to forget. We tend not to put ourselves first enough and often enough. And that's something that if we focused on, then we can definitely counteract mental health in the workspace. At this time, for our attendees, I want to encourage everyone, if you haven't gotten up for a minute, it's been almost an hour you've been sitting, get up, stretch a bit, walk around the room, listen to us, stand as you listen if you need to. Remember to drink a lot of water. And remember to continue to enjoy today's session. Nathan.
And as we continue to enjoy today's session, we have now come to the point where it is time for our first Q&A session from our first keynote talk and this panel talk. But before we get into the question and answer segment here, we have some prizes to give away. It is a fun time right now, as our first prize to give away for everyone who registered for this event is the Headspace 1-year annual subscription. Headspace is a meditation and sleep app, one of the world's leading meditation and sleep apps. And the individual who has won this 1-year subscription is Miss Christina Major from Ernst & Young in the Bahamas. So Christina, congratulations. We hope that this gamified approach that Headspace takes to sleep meditation will help you with your healthy habits, and it's our pleasure to award you with this. The second prize we'll award right now before we get into the Q&A is the Lucky Elephant Wellness gift card for those eligible in Bermuda. And this gift card is a little bit of 1 month unlimited pass. I don't know about you, but anytime I see that word unlimited, my eyes just light up, and it's showtime. So with that said, the individual in Bermuda who is being awarded with this Lucky Elephant Wellness 1 month unlimited pass is Miss Cami Simmons from CG Coralisle Group. So Miss Cami, congratulations. So to both our winners, we will be giving the prizes and getting in contact with you to distribute accordingly. So with that said, we're just going to have a few moments here of Q&A. We'll do one quick question for Mr. Michael Apollo, and then we'll do one quick question for our panelists as well. And the question for yourself, Mike, is we had a comment about micro breaks and possibly the time frame and what does a micro break look like. So do you mind clarifying micro breaks, and maybe even if you want to add any other further detail on the 3R method that you mentioned, which I think can be really impactful for individuals.
Sure, thank you. I just want to extend gratitude to all the panelists for a really insightful conversation. One thing I'm hopeful for as well is on the mental health side, that we actually are able to upstream and do some health education, and that this will stimulate more of health protection on how do we take care of our minds proactively as well. So that's something I'm really excited about. And I think the reason why I'm so interested, not only as a psychotherapist, but also as just a human, is that around mindfulness, is that it can be a very practical way for us to start bringing some of these practices to bear in our lives that can actually really help support our mental health and protect our mental health. And so in terms of micro breaks, a lot of people do ask me, okay, how do I get started with mindfulness? And it can seem a little bit overwhelming. There are a lot of great videos. There's a lot of great books out there. The first thing I always recommend is just take some time to really research who is providing the services, their degree of experience. Are they constantly learning and trying to advance their knowledge in that space? And have they completed some programs like mindfulness-based stress reduction or mindfulness-based cognitive therapy? These are like programs where the research actually has come out of. So there's a lot of great resources out there, but when it comes down to pragmatically bringing it into our lives, it could literally be just taking a moment to feel your feet in contact with the floor, taking right now a couple of breaths and just allowing yourself to notice the sensations of those breaths. It could be as you go through a doorway into a room, for example, out of one room, if you're working at home and you're coming into the room with your kids out there, taking the choice to check in, what's my intention? I'm going to be here with my kids now, right? I'm going to be fully present in this experience. It could be while we're eating, to take a moment, if we can't be fully present for the entire meal, you know, taking away this stuff that's in front of us, right? but fully placing our attention on the senses of the food, of what we're drinking. Maybe even just taking a moment to recognize, wow, the journey that that food took just to be here. Everything that was brought to bear on that. When we're walking, just walk. I can hear the crackle of the gravel beneath my feet. I can hear the sounds around me. If you're emailing, checking in, what's my intention with my email? When you're in a meeting, listening fully to the meeting, noticing when you're distracted and coming back. These are all functional ways to bring in just to get started. And I'll leave off with a little fun one. One of the best places to practice mindfulness is while you're taking a shower. Most people, when they go in the shower, they bring in all their colleagues into there. They bring a whole bunch of other people in there. Now they're suddenly taking a shower. They're thinking about the meeting that they have to do and where they have to go. And now suddenly it's full of people. Where are you? I'm taking a shower. Smell the shampoo. Feel the water on your skin. Some simple ways to start bringing that practice to bear in your personal life. And then there's other professional ways to bring it into your professional life. But that's a good way to start. And I hope that's helpful.
Thank you, Michael. The power of a shower. And what we'll do to maintain good time management is, for our panelists here, we won't orally answer this question, but if the three of you don't mind perhaps putting your thoughts or answers in the chat box, that'd be amazing. And the line of thinking or the question is, we talked about workplaces and mental health. We talked about how can we support others. What if one way we can support others is through the power of conversations? So if we're trying to approach someone, we're trying to have types of conversations with them, how can we become better listeners? What can we say as managers? How can we approach conversations? If you have any high-level tips on how we can improve our conversations and how we can then lower things like you talked about, like the systemic problems like stigma. So to all three of our panelists, if you don't mind, in the chat box, any tips or insight regarding the power of conversations and how we can all get better at that in order to then help support others. Back to you, Donovan.
Thank you, Nathan. That was strong. And now we're moving into our second hour, guys. And this hour is a focus on the future of designing healthy habits in the workspaces. Just as a recap from our past hour, there were several things that comes to mind and I need to remind you guys of. One is the focus on resilience, looking at what we can control and letting go of the things we can't control. Mr. Apollo spoke about VUCA, of volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. These are uncertain times, and these are difficult times, but the future is ahead of us. What I want to remind everyone is that we are in full control of our entire futures. We are in full control of today. So live for today. One important thing that was also said was calling to light the stresses in mind. Recognize the journey, the food, the experience, the taste, and that smell. Nathan.
That was beautiful, Donovan, that idea of even just what you just said there, recognize the taste. Love that, it's phenomenal. As Donovan alluded to, it is now time for our second keynote speaker for this section of Zestfest called The Future of Designing Healthy Habits and Workspaces. So for this keynote speaker, put yourself in someone else's shoes right now. Think about, have you ever thought about why people do what they do? Don't you sometimes think the way something is presented or communicated can make it more appealing or not? Today, we have the pleasure of seeing and hearing from someone who dedicates their life to serving others and who's a lifelong student themselves. This someone is not only a behavior designer, but a problem solver and a graphic designer. This person is Amy Zest of Behavior Design Media. Amy comes to us with a number of years of experience working in healthcare, digital marketing, grant-funded projects, and mental health. She's involved with entities such as Harvard Medical School and the American Heart Association. What stood out when doing research and learning about Amy is how she considers the needs and interests of all stakeholders and really focuses on taking research and packaging it to how it can be useful for our healthy habits. So with that said, this is Amy Zest of Behaviors by Design.
Hi, and thank you all for coming. I'm really honored to be part of this group here who's presenting to you today. And I'm honored to have a few minutes of your time this morning as well. And I hope that what you see here is super practical. And just as some of our other panelists have acknowledged, people sometimes get, these big ideas in their minds for new habits that they want to put into their lives. And then they come down to how. And that is some of what I would love to tell you about this morning. So, and one thing about habits to keep in mind always is you don't have to be perfect. And you have plenty of freedom to revise always. So in that spirit, yes, I am a graphic designer, but I also wanted to be able to give people some face contact this morning. So I've done some imperfect drawings here that I'm going to share with you, but I also have a presentation I'll switch to just a little bit. But this morning, I would love for you to think about, let's imagine that you have a magic wand, and I just so happen to have one here this morning. And if you could put into the box or container of your life any behaviors that you wanted, if you could get yourself to do anything, what is it that you would do? And you're welcome to put that into the chat. And I'll tell you a little story about me. So one thing that I was in Junior Olympics a long time ago. And so I did sprinting and the 100 and the 440 and 220 and hurdles. And for a long time in my adult life, I so missed being an athlete. And then I decided in about probably 2002 that I was going to be an athlete again. And I trained and ran a half marathon. I did pretty well in it. I had never been a distance runner before. And I loved being back into the athlete realm. And then I had to have back surgery. I had some really sad things happen in my life, and I got out of it. But I had used this Nike Plus running app for a long time. And I had all this data and had, all my records, my personal best was all logged in this app. So I kept the app on my phone because since 2011, I have wanted to go back to running again, and I could never bring myself to delete the app, and I still wanted it to give me those notifications. Well, about and then I was also saying, I'm a behavior designer. Why is it that I cannot get myself to get back into running and athletics like I really want to? And I know it's so good for my mental health, but still all I'm really doing is walking the dogs, which, that's okay, it's good. But I got this beautiful notification that was sent to my phone, and it said this: imagine how good you would feel after 1 minute of running with Coach Bennett. Now, Coach Bennett does these guided runs on the Nike Plus app. I don't work for Nike. I just love the product. And Coach Bennett is someone that I love and has motivated me to do many things and has talked me through many things, even though he doesn't know me. I think he has a great take on behavior and behavior design. So I saw that app, and as a behavior designer, I was like, that is a genius prompt. They are reminding me of something I already want to do. They're saying 1 minute. Imagine how good I would feel after 1 minute of running with Coach Bennett. So then I touched the notification, and what I expected was for the notification to expand. Well, instead, as soon as I touched it, it opened my Nike Plus running app with a big start button right there in the middle. And I was like, I'm already outside because I had gone to take out the trash. There's a big start button. It says start, and it said start 1 minute run. And there was part of me, even as a behavior designer, and even though I know better than this, part of me felt like 1 minute is so inconsequential. But the other part of me thought, I can do 1 minute. Well, I ran the 1 minute. The coaching through the 1 minute was so great. It was saying, today you push the start button and we are celebrating that. Let's go. You got it. You're already halfway through this. Oh, get what? It's time for the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I want you to put your hands up in the air and celebrate this moment. And that felt so good to me. And it was so encapsulating of everything that I do professionally, and brought back so much enthusiasm for behavior design, because I thought that is what it is. It is doing the small thing that's more than you did the day before. It is allowing yourself to celebrate, and it is also putting placeholders in your lives for new habits. Well, the next day I looked on the app, and sure enough, there was more 1 minute opportunities for 1 minute runs. There were 5 minute runs. There were 7 minute runs. There were 12 minute runs, 15 minute runs, 1 mile, 1K, the run that you don't want to do run. And it was only about 15 days before I was able to get back to running 3.5 miles. And that was absolutely not what I expected. I expected that it would take me months. And then I also kind of unpacked some of the reasons why I hadn't done it before. And it was that I didn't want to bring my averages down. And at that moment, I decided, I'm getting a little teary-eyed here, because I decided that this is the story of my life. This is what's happening now. I've had surgery, I've had loss, I've had changes in marital status that I didn't want to do. And this is where I am now. So I need to give myself the kindness and acceptance that I would give to any other person in this situation. And sorry, I didn't mean to do this. And to be grateful and feel the gratitude and feel the acceptance that we all deserve for doing the best that we can with what we have today. So that is how I'd like to start us today, is thinking about the habits that you want in your life can be yours. And we have some, here's some science-backed little drawings here. There's really only 3 ways that we can change long-term. And one way is that we can have an epiphany. Now, I work with Harvard Medical School, American Heart Association, and even, these communities of researchers who have a lot of information. It can be easy for them to think, because we're so steeped in information, that if we just tell people what to do, they will have an epiphany, they will see the light, and they will want to do what it is that we're advising. But surely anyone who has watched the news has seen that sometimes epiphanies don't stick. Sometimes people have, a frightful encounter, and for a few minutes they'll do, take some protective measures, and then they won't. So a lot of times our perception of risk, or our perception of what we need to do to be safe, is a more emotional decision than it is an intellectual decision. So don't make that mistake with yourself and think that the reason I haven't changed in the way I want to is that I just haven't had an epiphany enough, and I need to keep looking through Wikipedia, because it might work. It works in about 2 to 3% of the time that someone has an epiphany and it makes a long-term change. I'll give you a little personal example of one that I had. I was working on something called, that I ended up calling Life Simple 7, and it is something that the American Heart Association has used for about 15 years. But in coming up with that, I was combing through all this research that had been given to me that said, these are really important and we need to make a thing out of this. And so, Amy, will you please look through all the research and tell us what it should be? And I realized that if, based on all this copious research that I had to comb through, that if people will take care of 7 health measures up until about age 50, the likelihood of them living until they're 92, free of heart attack and free of stroke, is about 93%. So, and it's, your smoking status, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your physical activity, your weight. Anyway, it's keeping those measures into a healthy range. And if you can do that until age 50, the likelihood that you will live till 92 without a stroke or a heart attack is about 93% chance positivity. So I had an epiphany at that moment, and I think I was in my 40s at the time. It was like, I've made it so far being in this, the ideal category. If I just make it a little while longer, the likelihood that the number 1 and number 2 causes of death will not happen to me until I'm well into my 90s is actually really high. So that was an epiphany. But epiphanies are not something that most people can make happen for themselves. So let's think about what else we can do. We can design our environment. So just imagine if you had to swap out all the chairs and couches in your home for a trampoline, okay? Different behaviors would happen in that environment. So I'd like you just to take just a minute and look around your immediate environment and think about what behaviors is that environment designed to support. Feel free to put it in the chat if you'd like to. But as I look around my environment, it is obviously designed for Zoom. It is designed if I need to take quick notes. It is designed for, I have a sit and stand desk. So it's, I see someone said, being able to sit at a computer all day. So that may be what your environment is designed for. About 40% of long-term changes happen because of environment change. We had a big environment change. Good, I like all these, environment for typing on dual screens, right? So it may be designed to facilitate the behaviors that you want, or you may not have ever stepped back and looked at your environment to say, how is my environment supporting the behaviors that I want? We had a 5-bedroom house and 4 baths, and kids are living with us all the time. And then the kids have grown and gone to do their thing. So we decided to downsize, and environment for our home was really important to me, because I knew that if I didn't choose a home that made walking easy to do, the likelihood was very high that I would not go out and walk. So your environment will be designed, and there will be some obstacles and barriers in your environment. And then there will be some things that you have made easy to do, and some things that are easy to do by default. And so they're not the ones that you necessarily want to happen. So I really encourage everyone to take an inventory of your space. And I'm going to show you an image right now of 2 TV watching environments. So on the top one, think about what this environment is designed to do. So yes, there's the TV here, and the space is clean. There's plenty of space around her, so that all the time that she's watching TV, she has the ability to move and do the behaviors that she wants. Now let's look here at this young man. The behaviors so notice how there are some behaviors that are much more difficult to do. even if this kiddo here wanted to get up and move while he was watching TV, it would be hard to do. So the likelihood is not very high that he is going to, he hasn't made it where he can have the ability to do other behaviors besides sit. It's very comfortable. He's got snacks at the ready. So think about your environment and how your environment supports the behaviors that you do or don't want, and where you can change that. Because when we're looking to change behaviors, in my embracing my my imperfection, you know, the hasty here, think about what you can do to change your environment, because that accounts for about 40% of long-term change. We had something that turned out to be a lot easier than I thought. So my husband is a fantastic cook, and we have an outdoor kitchen, and he cooks every single night. He also likes to deep fry things. He's a big meat eater, and we both realized that this is probably not a good plan long-term for our nutrition. So so we decided, okay, we're going to change the environment of our refrigerator. We took out, cleaned it all out first, then got some clear tubs so that we could see everything, and then kept salad fixings, fresh salad. And so cut up cucumbers, cut up bell peppers, artichokes, olives, edamame, you know, walnut, pecans, fresh lettuce. So the whole refrigerator is redesigned for that. So what we've done is we've made it easy to do salad. So he can still cook his protein outside. And my job is to make salads for each of us. And we fill about half of our plate with salad. And then the other half, we can put the things that, that he likes and wants to cook. And we feel better. We started doing that before the pandemic, but it has definitely made it where our dining at home is much healthier. And we now find that even if we get takeout food from a restaurant, it doesn't settle as well because we've gotten used to eating very healthy food. But my point here is making it easier to do meant that this change in our behavior patterns was easy and almost unnoticeable, and it was beautiful. The salads are really pretty. They look good on the plate. We sit down and we have this feeling that we're nourishing ourselves and we are planning for our future, taking care of our future selves, showing compassion for, you know, where we are right now and for what our needs are. And all that is subtle. It's not like we state that, but it was painless. Once we got the tubs, it looks nice. Every time we open the refrigerator, it's a reminder of what it is that we are planning and designing our nutrition around. And so I encourage you to recognize that sometimes making a one-time change in your environment, buying all the tubs, you know, figuring out what goes in them. We made little labels for them. So if we run out of it, then we know that, oh yeah, we sometimes like sunflower seeds and that little tub is empty. So, so it was an easy change. It was a painless shift. Didn't take willpower. It didn't really take a lot of motivation. It took a one-time decision that wasn't overthought, which I sometimes do, overthink things. So, so take a good look at your environment. Now, the third thing is take small steps. And that accounts for about 60% of long-term change. I don't make money off this book, Tiny Habits, but I am a contributor to it. And I had to search something on a Kindle and saw that my name's in there 85 times. So some of these stories are in the book, Tiny Habits by BJ Fogg, who is a friend and has been a mentor to me since 2013. So I encourage you, if you like to get some more how-to, it is a it's a great book, if I do say so myself, and Amazon has it listed as the top business and time management book for 2020. But I share that to say that there are a whole lot of strategies and a whole lot of tiny habits in there, and a whole lot of support for why go tiny. So now this is the most sciencey thing I'm going to show you this morning or this afternoon, whatever it is for you. So this is called the Fogg behavior model. It is from BJ Fogg, and he teaches us at Stanford. It has made millionaires of many people who have taken his classes and have not always used it for, so sometimes they've used it to create an empire in social media. But we are going to use it for good, and that is why BJ took me on to be my mentor, is because of the commitment to use it for good and to share it with people like you who could use it and are motivated and able to do that. So on this side, we have motivation, and it goes from high to low. And on this side, we have ability, and it goes from hard to do to easy to do. And this is the action line right here. So this is really important. Behavior happens when motivation, ability, and a prompt come together at the same time. And this is true of all behavior. So motivation and ability are a trade-off. The more motivation you have to do something, the more you can do hard things. And the easier something is to do, you don't have to have very much motivation to do it. So with our refrigerator, I'm not always motivated to make a salad, but I've made it so easy that, I open the refrigerator, 3 minutes, throw all the stuff in there because I've already got it all cut up. It looks pretty in there, and I don't have to think about it, and I don't have to have a big, overwhelming motivation to eat healthy for the rest of my life. And when you're trying to design behaviors that will happen reliably for the rest of your life, that is the most challenging of behavior scenarios. So the trick is making it as easy as you can to do it. So think about times whenever maybe, just imagine, let's say you're checking out at the grocery store and they say, do you want to, give $2 for breast cancer research? Sure. It's easy. I don't have to go do something. I don't have to log in anywhere. They're just going to touch one button and it's going to automatically add to the charge that I'm about to make. And my motivation is definitely high enough to do that. I don't dislike anyone who's doing breast cancer research, and I've worked for most of the ones who are doing breast cancer research, and my sister had a double mastectomy just late last year. So yes, it's easy to do. It doesn't matter if I'm in a hurry. They're only asking for $2. So the likelihood that it's going to happen is very high. Yes, I have the motivation. Yes, I have the ability. The prompt is just at the grocery store, it's factored in. So yes, I'm going to do it. Now, if they said to me, would you like to sign up to run a marathon for breast cancer? I do have a lot of motivation to do that, and I do care about it a lot, but I don't have that ability today, probably. Or I know that or I might have a competing motivation that I suspect that I would probably get injured if I tried. So finding ways to design your habits so that they're easy to do. Now, I encourage anyone to type in their doubts or reasons why you wouldn't want to choose a tiny habit for yourself. And I'm going to give you some examples of tiny habits. Let's do after. After I close down my computer, I will take one deep breath and imagine sweeping out the computer stuff for the day. Okay, so I'm putting fear of failure. Or here's another tiny habit. After I start walking toward the bedroom, I will put my phone on the charger, not in my bedroom. But yes, okay, so forgetting in the moment, fear of failure. There are a lot of us who are afraid to do a tiny habit because we're afraid that that it'll be too small and too insignificant, and that we don't deserve to just celebrate that little small thing. So I encourage you to let go of that. And I really strongly encourage you to let go of that and to design tiny. And the reason is because tiny is what works no matter how your life changes, no matter how much time you have or how much money you have. Here are 6 things that can 6 things that you want. There are 6 simplicity factors. So as you're designing a habit, you want it to be quick, cheap, easy, basic, not require a lot of thought. You want it to basically fit into your routine and be fairly socially acceptable. So once you have all of those things, then you know that your habit is tiny and that you...
Something she's saying.
Hello? Okay. So once you have those 6 things, okay, sorry about the little audio glitch there, but having those 6 factors in place will help you design tiny. And that's what you want to do to be successful. Just like the 1-minute run from Coach Bennett, that was so tiny that I knew I could do it, even though I had not I hadn't done a run in 7 years, but I could do a 1-minute run. And I have been able to do that for the last 6 weeks. And I am so pleased. And there are some days when I make myself stop. I'm kind of obsessive compulsive. I like even numbers. Let's say I either ran 5 miles or I ran 45 minutes or So for me, making tiny habits is a really good exercise in embracing the moment, embracing what I can do now. And here's an important thing, designing my habits so that I will want to repeat it tomorrow. And you may not realize it, but if you say, I'm going to do 50 push-ups, after I wash my hands, I'm going to do, 50 push-ups, or after I get by the sink, I'm going to do 50 push-ups. Setting the goal that high, it is unlikely that you will keep it because there will be times you'll be too rushed or too in a hurry. But saying, after I get to the sink, I'll lean over the sink and do 2 wall push-ups and then wash my hands. That's a recipe that could work because it's easy. You can get it into your mind. It hooks in with something you already do. So it's paired into your environment. Washing your hands can become the prompt to do the thing that you also want to do next. Or maybe even you want to think, washing my hands, I'm going to have a moment of gratitude in my life. So there are many, many ways to design tiny habits that will actually change your life and become reliable to you for the rest of your life. And that is the way to do it, is to go tiny, let it grow, but give yourself the grace and the freedom to respond to the challenges of each day and just get those little anchors and seeds planted throughout your day. And that is the secret to keeping yourself where you have some stability and some habits that you can rely on, knowing they will take you forward. Thank you.
What's up, Mrs. West, Mrs. Vest? Thank you very much for that. That was so amazing. You had me emotional as well. I started to tear up, and I'm with you all the way. I thank you for your contributions today. Tiny habits is the basis of the conversation today and being able to accomplish those things. I'm a nutritionist, and when I meet with clients, my advice to them is, how much weight do you want to lose? They're like, I want to lose 100 pounds. And my concept to them is, don't think of 100 pounds, think about 5 or even just 1 pound. Start with the smallest habit possible or the smallest goal possible. And once you've reached that goal, you've set the boundaries of what you can accomplish. And so your conversation is very, 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 very timely. You also spoke about you don't have to be perfect. I thank you for that, because sometimes when we get into a routine of doing things or wanting to accomplish some wellness goal, we always think we have to be perfect, but you don't have to be perfect. And I thank you for that. Shout outs to Dr. BJ Fogg, Tiny Habits, the Motivation and Ability Theory, the VMAP. That's definitely a graph that we use throughout our entire Zest team. We've met on that. We've met with Dr. BJ Fogg, and so your contributions to the book are greatly appreciated as well. All right.
Thanks very much. I do have a presentation. If you all want, I can either share my email that they can ask me for it, or that it's my formal design that doesn't have the hand-drawn versions, but it has all the same information in it.
We love the hand-drawn versions.
Oh, okay. I can take a picture of those as well.
Thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
All right. So without further ado, I'm joining this wellness panel. The panel next is building wellness back into the workspace. And so we have our wellness experts from CG Zest Wellness. I'm happy to be a part of this team, and I'm going to turn it over to Sharon Noni from CG Brit-K.
Hi, good morning from Grand Cayman. So I just have a quick little video I just want to show you guys. So our backstage are going to play that for you, just to give you a feel of what CG Zest Wellness is.
Wellness.
So onto our first slide, I would like to just say why I shared that clip. The short clip shows that tiny healthy habits in the workplace can truly amount to significant great things. It shows the beginning of our CG Zest Wellness story, and all the panelists today who you'll see on your screens are all from the CG Zest Wellness team. We are going to explore the priority of building wellness back into the workplaces amidst challenging times. So we are going to start this important conversation with our coordinator, Nathan. Good morning, Nathan.
Good morning, and good afternoon to everyone in Bermuda as well.
Great. So we're just going to forward on the slides just by 2, please. Onto Nathan's slide, and okay, no, it's okay. So anyway, I have the question of why are we building wellness back into the workplaces, and why is it important?
Yeah, thanks for asking that question, Sharon. So just like how Amy just mentioned a personal story, I think it'd be nice to open up and share a personal story from my life as well. So a few years ago, I was attending a workplace mental health session, and after the session, one of the participants got up and they asked their question, but it wasn't a question, it was actually a story or a statement. And what they got to was they were talking about how their father got injured in the workplace and was off work. And being off work for them, because work was so much of a purpose to them, was tough. So then they had this physical injury, and then now they had this mental health struggle of they weren't able to even get back to the workplace. The workplace wasn't accommodating. And so after a short time later, this individual took their own life. But the point of this little story right here is it's not that necessarily the individual, their injury was what really deterred them. It was the basis of their workplace wasn't accommodating to them, didn't acknowledge their struggles, which was why they couldn't get back into the workplace and get that purpose back to their life. So all to say, meaningful work matters, and creating workplaces that are welcoming and belonging really does matter.
Wow, that's a really, really great story. And it's really showing the significance that it can mean to one individual, but it can also mean a great deal to teams as well. You know, we want to come back into that workplace, be it virtual or back in the office, and we want to feel welcomed back. So by saying that, you mean that workplace wellness is a way to make people feel welcome back in the workplace. Great.
How much of us just crave belonging, right?
Wow.
We don't crave necessarily attention, we crave attachment.
Yes.
As human beings.
Yeah, and just to have that community around us as well. Definitely. Yeah, I see some comments here. Wow, the struggle is real. Absolutely. So a lot of people are kind of resonating. You know, we're all gone through so much. The work-life blender was just mentioned earlier this morning. So yeah, it is definitely agreed upon, I think unanimously, that workplace wellness, we do truly need it. So up next, I would like to bring our attention to Grand Cayman, where we have Glenn Duran. So I'm going to ask Glenn the important question of, where do we start? How do, you know, we're all in this, you know, together, but what can we do right now? What's practical? I'm not quite sure I can hear you, Glenn, but I'll give you one more chance. Nope, that's okay. Not to worry. So it looks like we can't really hear Glenn right now, which is, you know, the imperfect in our realities right now, which Amy spoke to. And I think being real and vulnerable right now is kind of where we're all at. It's a kind of an example of like stress is being thrown at us. So just kind of accepting that, you know, we're in this moment.
I think I'm live now. Can you hear me?
Great.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, absolutely. So could you give us a quick tip on where do we get started with workplace wellness?
Certainly. And that's just a reminder to everyone that imperfection is okay. But what I would say, if I can sum things up in one word, I would say participate when it comes to your wellness programs. That's really, really important. And that's actually what makes the program valuable from all perspectives. So the more you're actually engaging in the program, the more the business unit will actually benefit from it in the long run. So what can you do to participate? You can do the simplest things, like just enrolling in certain initiatives that you guys have. If you have a digital platform that you can engage with, you know, and participate with other group members, step challenges, things of that nature, that can be participation. On a more upscale level, we can talk about you being a wellness champion. What's a wellness champion? Well, those are your committee members who are essentially the troops on the ground pushing the initiatives and the interventions for the workplace. So, you know, again, to make it valuable, if everyone can do their part and just contribute even just a little bit, that is the best thing you can do. So whatever your capacity allows.
Great, thanks. I love that. Participation is really key. So speaking of participation, do you think we could all participate as like a community online listening right now and really, you know, do something wellness related?
Yeah, why don't we get our old bones moving, so to speak. So I'm already standing, as you guys have probably noticed, because I just love my standing desk. But what we'll do is we'll do a little bit of a stretch. So I'm going to ask everyone to just stand with me from your seats. Now, what we're not going to do is we're not going to do a soft tissue stretch, because everyone is technically cold and you're not supposed to stretch a cold muscle. So what we will do is we'll be more mindful of our internal parts that we need. So let's talk a little bit about our spinal cord and kind of decompressing that. And let's also talk about our intercostal muscles, which are our little muscles in between our rib cage that helps us breathe, inhale and exhale. So firstly, let's all stand nice and straight and tall, nice and erect. Take a deep breath in through your nose and exhale, blowing all the way out. Now I'm going to ask everyone to just raise your arms up over your head, fully extended. Okay. Now, while you're in this position, I'll ask that we do what's called a triple extension. So stand up on your toes, slightly push your hips forward so you have a slight hyper extension. Really feel that spine decompress, hold it. And then as you put your arms down and come down all the way back flat-footed, exhale nice and slow. And when you're good and ready, and if you're good and ready, you are welcome to sit back down in your seat, or you can stand.
Great. Thanks so much, Glenn. So that really just is showcasing, participating, and a tiny step. Guys have joined us in that. We're going to move swiftly on to Naval. Naval, you are our finance guy. So can you give us some tips for stretching the wellness dollar? Wellness budgets might be under a lot of pressure right now. What would you say to an organization? Just one quick tip, that would be great.
Well, first off, I would suggest to companies to look at incentives as a form of investment, right? You're investing in your employees' well-being. And when you look at the definition of an investment is allocating resources in the expectation of receiving some form of benefit. For example, in the wellness program, you're providing your staff or your employees with an incentive, which is the benefit, like a gift certificate, a Netflix subscription, or even days off, right?
Yeah.
And by investing this incentive, you're hoping that this actually motivates the staff member to continue on their wellness journey, living a healthier lifestyle. So the employee's benefit is that they have a reduced risk of non-communicable disease. They feel more confident about themselves. We just heard Ali just mentioned the link between mental health and productivity. So, you know, the employee has a lot of benefits health-wise in it, and they're feeling very confident about themselves. But let's talk about the benefit that their company gets. So, for example, if you have a healthy staff member, now that staff member is much more productive. And if they are more productive, that means that is having a positive effect on your bottom line as a company. Also, they have less absenteeism. I hope I get that word right. Absenteeism, right? So they have less absenteeism, and that's also a positive trend on their bottom line as well. So and that's why I set the the platform for incentives. Look at it as a form of investment. Now, just to double down on that, we have just seen last month Singapore, right, a first world country, has started their own wellness program called Lomi Health, which they partner with Apple, and they are offering incentives to their citizens by participating in this wellness program. They have, you know, for the whole population of Singapore, and I saw that as very transformative now, and I think a lot of countries will adopt that same measure. So let's go back to the question at hand, right? How can we incentivize employees with a reduced wellness budget? First and foremost, I would recommend recognition, reward and recognition, which is a non-monetary incentive. As a matter of fact, I have a survey in front of me from Achievers that say that 55% respondents said that they left their jobs just because they weren't recognized. So recognition plays a big part in this game. I would recommend that companies that have a reduced wellness budget right now, please play into that. It seems like, you know, recognizing your staff members is worth more than even increased pay, because now we have 55% of respondents said that they'd rather just be recognized. By being recognized, they would have stayed with the company.
And that's a great way. It's a non-monetary incentive.
Right, exactly.
So for when budgets are tight, kind of recognizing what people really, you know, want is, you know, you can see in the comments before, they're like, you know, we want to be heard, we want to be felt,
exactly.
We want to be listened to. So recognition is a great way. And, you know, the CG Zest Wellness coordinators can coach companies on how to do that, because, you know, it's a great idea, but how do you go about it? So thanks so much for that. So we're going to stay in the Bahamas, which is like the best. So we're going to go to our one and only Donovan. Donovan, like, we know that there's always challenges with wellness programs, but what are like the biggest challenges you think, and what solutions do you think will really help the companies and individuals listening today?
Thank you, Sharon. And there's so many things you can list off when it comes to challenges, and so many things you can suggest when it comes to solutions to those problems. But what it takes to have a great wellness program is definitely a strong wellness team, like our Zest wellness team. Look at the diversity of us all on these happy faces. You know, we have yourself, like a certified nurse. I'm a nutritionist. You have some wellness experts who are in physical health, like Glenn and Katie. And we have Naval, who is the financial guru, and then Nathan, our wellness guru overall, keeping us mindfully lit, you know? But it takes a strong team. It takes a communicative team. It also takes being very innovative and also being very creative. Now, some challenges we have, and one of the biggest challenges we have is always keeping persons engaged. If this is COVID period, it's very difficult for a lot of us. A lot of people are faced with challenges of being motivated. And so it takes a champions team within that office space to drive the employees and drive the well-being of individuals. It also requires us to have upper level management support, meaning that the CEO, the executives, the board of directors are not only bought into the idea, but also that they are actively participating in the program. We have companies like PricewaterhouseCoopers here in the Bahamas, where the executive team, the upper level management are not only making the decisions on the wellness program, but they're leading the way. They're suggesting things. They're creating what it is that needs to be said and what needs to be done with the employees. And definitely, we need, beyond communication with employees, we need a community. We need avenues in which employees and clients are able to reach out to vendors, reach out to our partners, know about sleep therapy, know about ergonomics, know about proper nutrition. And if we can cultivate this together, we can definitely become stronger. Like Amy Vest and Michael Apollos mentioned earlier, we may never get past this. I think I heard that on the panel actually, that we may never get past this. COVID may be existing for quite a while, but we can adapt and we are strong enough to adapt. And lastly, if I can, it's just a personalized wellness program. Thank you, Sharon.
Brilliant. Yeah, thanks for getting the last bit in. And I'm going to move swiftly to our headquarters in Bermuda and meet Katie. So Katie, Donovan mentioned top-down leadership, and many of the listeners here today might be leaders themselves. So what advice do you have for people that are trying to lead these wellness programs and create just what Donovan spoke to, you know, create that community and that support network?
Hey, Sharon, thanks for that. You know, my top advice for wellness leaders, and this is something that I've discussed in depth with you, Sharon, and with anyone who knows me, is self-care to help build resiliency. So if you are trying to be a strong leader, you need to have your cup full first before you can help others. You know, as Michael mentioned, stress, anxiety, depression are all on the rise due to COVID and this whole blended workforce and work from home scenario that we're faced with. And it's more important than ever to take care of yourself. And then as a manager or a leader, to lead by example. So, you know, if I'm a manager and you see me logging off every day to take my lunch break, you're going to be more inspired to do the same and more encouraged and feel more supported, right? To do the same. And it's, to quote on what Amy said as well, it's the tiny habits as well. Something as small as saying, I'm going to take my 1 hour lunch break. And then, you know, who knows what happens? You might go for a walk or run. You might have your lunch, might have a nice salad. So it's so important to lead by example, and just to display acts of self-care for yourself and, you know, moderate that for your staff as well.
Cool. You definitely have a lot of people agreeing with you, Katie, in the chat box. They're saying, yes, self-care is everything, you know, especially during this time. So for everyone here listening, before we move to our Q&A and invite Amy to answer some more questions, or, you know, the guys might have answers for our questions for you guys all here. Will we all just like have a moment of like reflection, you know, what we can do, and maybe people, you can lead it.
Oh, sure. So I want to just take a moment with you guys. You can do what we did earlier with Michael and just sit comfortably, feet on the ground, sitting back into your chair, unclench your jaw if it is clenched, relaxing your shoulders away from your ear. And I just want you guys to think about an activity that brings you joy, something that you've done in the past or something that you do quite frequently. And think about how you can then turn that activity into an act of self-care for yourself, and then how you can model that self-care in the workplace as well. So have a moment to think about that, take a few deep cleansing breaths. And I'd love to see some of your examples in the chat box if you guys have any. So one for me is my yoga practice. It's something that's really important. I just saw gardening come up. You are with me there. You can see all my plants behind me.
Yes.
But, bringing yoga into the workplace is such an easy thing to do. We can do yoga sessions at lunch, listening to podcasts just came up, going for walks with your children. That's another great one. Cooking, another person after my own heart there. So nourishing for the soul. Playing
Gorgeous.
tennis,
So
the
many,
gym. Guys,
so many
self-care
comments.
is it.
Yeah, so it's
Thank you,
just
guys.
allowing us the time to breathe and the time to pause, the time to reflect. And with that being said, the audience, you may have questions. I'm going to hand you over to our moderators, Nathan and Donovan, who will take some questions from the chat box. And Amy's here as well. You guys might have questions on tiny habits. So thanks so much for all of that. It was really, really insightful. And I hope you guys enjoyed and learned something too.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Sharon. Thank you, team from Zest Wellness. That was good. I like that stretch. I like that moment of reflection. Again, Amy, Vess, thank you as well to you for your contributions. We're gonna move straight into the question and answer segment. And before we do that, get your questions ready. Remember the chat box is just to the bottom of the screen. So go down, get those questions built up, give us your thoughts on what you want answered today. But before we do that, we do have some more giveaways. And our first giveaway, well, our third giveaway of the day is a sleep set from Bahamas Sleep Solution. It goes to a Bahamas client, and that winner is Marissa Thompson from Scotiabank. Congratulations, Marissa. And our fourth giveaway for today is a Paramount Fitness gift card, and that winner is Miss Aniska Barnett from Scotiabank. Congratulations to you. Good. Thank you guys for attending, and we thank our attendees. We want to take a moment to thank you for staying present with us. We noticed that not many of you have left. You've been with us from the start of 10 a.m. this morning, Eastern Standard Time. Shout outs to Bermuda, shout outs to Cayman Islands, shout outs to Turks and Caicos Islands, shout outs to the Barbados, and also most importantly, not least, but also good, my hometown, the Bahamas. Hello to everyone here. And so with that, without further ado, I'm going to move into the question and answer segment. I see some Zedness Bahamas responders there. Well, hello, Zedness. All right, Amy, the first question for you is, you spoke about taking inventory of your own personal space. And I wanted to know, and I think some of our attendees may benefit from this, but does that also include your taking inventory of your mental space? And if so, how do we do this?
Most definitely include inventory of your mental space. In fact, I'll show you something that I made for myself that helps me do exactly that, and I do it pretty much every day. This is something that the Heart Association has actually licensed for other people, and it seems so simple that it's almost comical that they would license it. But this is what I do. I have a little stress management scale, and it sounds a little nerdy. I now do it without really thinking about it. But I just kind of take a little inventory in the morning and sometimes in the afternoon of where am I right now on this scale. And I recognize that I really don't ever go from a 1 to a 10 like that. And you know, that pretty much all of us are like that, because if we did, we would probably be recommended for a psychiatric stay. And so recognizing that most all of us are going to be kind of in a zone. You think about if you just watched a really funny movie, you don't leave there and have a temper tantrum if you're like most people. You're down here in this zone of fairly, you know, well-being. You've kind of let some cares go. You haven't let the stress build up. So that's what I do pretty much every day. And then I told myself I'm planning about 70% of my behaviors of each day are designed to keep me in a good space and a stable space. And then with 30%, that's whenever I pretty much do the extras. So I'll look at that. I guess there's one other thing I could show you. And these are like the science-based habits, and they're not going to be earth-shattering to anyone on this call probably, but what are those strategies? So I know that for me, these are my habits that keep me feeling good emotionally and mentally. Is if I'm paying attention to the social support, seeking good nutrition, relaxing my muscles, taking time in nature, protecting my sleep, taking time to meditate, be in the moment, reframe my outlook or my joys, reduce stressful conflict, whether that means figuring out what the problem is or, changing my exposure to that problem, or celebrating small steps. And so I have done quite a bit of research, some for the Harvard McLean School of Behavioral Health. And so some of what I do is design infographics, but I make personal help tools for myself as well. So if I sense that I'm up in the 6, 7s, and 8s at the start of my day, instead of sitting right down to work, I'm going to do some of the small behaviors that flow out of those goals that are ones that I have figured out work for me. Sometimes it's just taking a few minutes to go outside and be around the trees in my yard and play with the dogs. Sometimes it is going for a walk. Sometimes it's going for a run, and sometimes it needs to be a longer run. For example, this morning, there's some runs on the Nike running app that have Andy Puttycombe from Headspace co-narrating with Coach Bennett from the Nike Running Club. And it's about letting go of whatever might have been building up so that you can focus on a presentation. And that's in the Nike Running app. So I look at my day, I look at what's upcoming, I look at how I feel now, and I very, very much value my stability. And taking the time to personally choose stability as a high priority is what has allowed me to be much more effective at work, much more productive. And I don't think anyone on my team resents the fact that I'm going to take even 45 minutes to address getting myself back down to a 1 or a 2 on that scale, because then when I do come to work, ready to work, I feel stable, I feel happy, I feel productive, regardless of what else might be going on.
Thank you, Amy. And we do have enough time for just one more question, and I'm going to direct this to the Zest Wellness team. Katie, if you don't mind answering this for us, I'll spotlight you for a second. Tell us a little bit more about Zest Wellness, especially as it relates to the things that Amy just spoke about. She spoke specifically about motivation and ability. What are some things that Zest Wellness have done to inspire individuals to be more motivated and able? And tell us, where can we find information about Zest Wellness, if you don't mind?
Sure, thanks, Donovan. So one of the things that I talked about as well was leading by example. And I think our team very much does that by leading by example in all the different holistic ways that wellness can be presented. And of course, our clients can support themselves with the Zest Wellness app, which is on our website, and you can get there from our Instagram and our Facebook as well. We've got a really great tracking program, and of course, working with our coordinators on the ground in your jurisdiction is probably the best way to get some more accountability for your wellness program for your company.
Thank you, Katie. Thank you, Amy. Thank you, panelists. Thank you, attendees. And that concludes our second hour of today's presentations. I'm going to turn it over to Nathan. And Nathan, what do you have in store for us next?
Nothing but fun and information.
Excellent.
That's what we have in store. As we move on to the third and final aspect of Zestfest, cultivating wellness in uncertain times, we now have the part of Zestfest, which is all about highlighting, as Donovan alluded to, our community, all the partners we work with. And so in a moment here, we're going to transition to all our partners and highlight what they're doing. Because what we try to do with Zest Wellness is we try to be a bridge or a connection point to shine the light on all of these phenomenal individuals and local businesses who are helping individuals with their health and wellness, and think about what we can do to just keep on shining more light and highlighting this awesome set of partners who already exist. I'm going to say a few comments right now about Zest Wellness to also help set the stage here, because Katie just alluded to things like the Zest Wellness app. Katie just alluded to things like the Zest Wellness social media, but knowing the numbers could be that much more impactful. And so what I mean by that is actually in 2019, the amount of steps that were logged from Zest Wellness and all the different companies, families, individuals' lives that Zest Wellness touches was actually just over 5 billion. That's B as in billion. Just over 5 billion steps were accumulated. Just under 400,000 healthy habits were completed. And even throughout the peak of the pandemic period, over 60 blog posts were published by Zest Wellness. So I think some incredible numbers, and all comes down to just helping people, putting timely information out there. And again, how can we help us, but also help our loved ones? I'm going to say one more line of thinking that sometimes our Zest Wellness team talks about, that the first time I heard it was really impactful, and it was this. It was in regards to health and wellness in general, in regards to us supporting partners, shining a light on this beauty that already exists, is what type of wheels do you want? And so what we mean by this is, later in life, would you like to be riding the bike or riding the wheelchair? Two very different things. And so it's by focusing on our healthy habits, engaging with our partners, that we are trying to be the ones who are riding our bike later in life and helping support others riding their bike. So with that said, Donovan, we'll bring it back to you to introduce these fantastic Zest Wellness partners for this first aspect of creating healthy communities with ZG Zest Wellness.
All right, so we're going to go island hopping for just a moment, a phrase commonly used in the Bahamas. First, we're going to go to the Bahamas. We'll have Dr. Melissa Evans, one of our partners. She's a physician of sleep therapy, and she's talking about improving sleep in the Bahamas. Then, followed by Dr. Melissa Evans, we'll have Lucy Spencer from Beyond Fitness in Bermuda. She is a personal trainer and group class instructor speaking on movement. Then we'll have Dr. Coralisle, a physician of physical therapy and rehabilitation. She's from Paramount Rehab and Fitness Center here in the Bahamas, and she'll be speaking about home and work ergonomics. And last but not least, and without any interruptions in this flow, we'll have Paul Bond from PEG Farms and Nature Reserves speaking about biodynamic farming from Barbados. So without any more interruptions, in the order of Dr. Melissa Evans, then Lucy Spencer, then Dr. Coralisle, and followed by Dr. Paul Bond. Here are our partners.
Hi, good afternoon. Can everyone hear me pretty good? Thank you so much for having me come and be a part of your wellness call today. I'm so excited to talk about my most favorite topic, which is sleep, sleep disorders generally, So our practice here is a sleep diagnostic testing center, and we evaluate and provide treatment and care for all types of sleep disorders, and namely sleep apnea, insomnia, narcolepsy, and any type of parasomnia activity that might be going on. Especially in times like this, we found that there have been a lot more sleep diagnostic cases that are coming in, especially insomnia. And so I'm so happy to be a part of the program today so that I can just discuss some of the things that we do, some of the things that we come across on a daily basis, and just to really review proper sleep habits and what really makes a completion of the triad of what makes a really, really healthy person. And that's proper diet, proper exercise, and proper sleep. Those are the three things that are necessary for life. And so this is a very, very serious and important component of our everyday life, even though, you know, there's a lot of people that don't believe that sleep is a really, really important factor. It is one of the most important factors. So again, so here we do diagnostic sleep testing in new conditions. If we ever have patients that just call in because they're usually seen by our in-house physicians, or they refer to our partner physicians for referrals, and usually they allow them to fill out questionnaires that kind of say, hey, what's your sleep problem? What's the difficulty? What's going on? Why do you feel like you should be seeing a sleep physician? It's also important that our sleep physicians are knowledgeable about what to look for in these type of patients. So usually, in particular, something that we see very, very often is patients with obstructive sleep apnea. And that's where patients, while they're asleep, stop breathing for 10 seconds or more. And it's usually categorized by snoring. Now, I know everyone will say, hey, I know someone who snores. That's a normal thing. Snoring is never a normal pattern. It's always an abnormality, and it means that there is blockage in the airway. So that's usually how I'd say 80% of our patients present. It's because they're avid snorers. So we have spouses that report it to the physicians, or the physicians that in turn might do a sleepiness scale, or during a physical or exam, the patient would tell them, hey, I'm a snorer, I'm fatigued all the time, I'm tired, I wake up with morning headaches. These are the kind of things that would warrant a visit to our laboratory or our diagnostic testing center. They would then come in. We have them fill out history and physical information, past medical history, and so we can get a general idea of if they have any comorbidities, if their body mass index is within normal range, and then just behavioral activities. How are they sleeping? There are behavioral modifications that are very, very important for the general population, and that means that you should go to bed at the same time every night. It should be a cool, dark environment, and it should be quiet. And I mean, we find that a lot of our patients that just doesn't exist. So we're extremely busy here in Nassau evaluating all of our patients for these sleep disorders. And like I said, in particular, sleep apnea. Unfortunately, the Bahamas' obesity rate is about 75%, according to the Ministry of Health in the last census, which is about 2 years ago. So automatically, that puts 75% of our population in a category for sleep disorder like sleep apnea. And so this is why we are so busy evaluating these patients, because we have so many people with obstructive sleep apnea. And so you will find that I tend to talk a little bit more about obstructive sleep apnea than the other sleep abnormalities. However, I will touch a little bit on that now, because we have found that due to, and we think secondary to mental illness, that is secondary to our pandemic that's going on, we found that there has been a drastic increase in insomnia cases in the past 5 to 6 months. And so I'm going to touch on that a little bit more. But pandemic, it was primarily, I'd say 90% of our patients were obstructive sleep apnea patients. And again, these are patients that stop breathing completely in their sleep. They're snorers. They're usually overweight. During our data and research, because we are actively running data for the past 2 years, we found that approximately 80% of our patients that come in and are positive for obstructive sleep apnea also have a comorbidity like diabetes or hypertension or cardiac abnormality as such. So we find that very, very interesting is that sleep apnea is really playing a hand-to-hand communication with chronic illness. And so that's very, very important because we find that a lot of people that come in with like hypertension have uncontrolled hypertension because they have sleep apnea that hasn't been diagnosed properly and treated. So we find that even though they're on medication, maybe their diet has improved, they still have uncontrolled hypertension. And as soon as we diagnose and we treat them, then their hypertension tends to kind of even out. So we're pretty impressed by those numbers. Our success rate is really, really good. Usually if a patient presents and they're diagnosed properly, they really follow the guidelines for treatment and they do really, really well. We've had a lot of patients that have been morbidly obese and have started on the treatment modality for obstructive sleep apnea, which is CPAP therapy. And they have definitely had an increase in metabolism because of that. And we found that they've lost tremendous weight and they're actually on an upward trend to kind of do away with their sleep apnea apparatus just because of the drastic weight loss and just the increase in wellness and overall just feeling better on a day-to-day basis. So we are very, very excited to spread just the knowledge that we are here, we exist. We're
had to have some technical difficulties. Sorry, Dr. Evans. I thank you for your contributions, and I think we can move on to our next partner. Okay, there we have a, sorry.
Our sleep at 4 beds per night, and usually those pediatric. Bye-bye.
We can hear you. Hi, Dr. Evans, we can hear you.
I'm going to wrap up and say if there's any questions or concerns that I can quickly address, and then I'll turn it over.
Guys, we have the chat box, so we'll take those questions and answers at the end. And if you do have questions for Dr. Evans, just at the bottom of the screen in the chat box, just drop those questions for us so we can make a panel chat discussion, okay?
Okay, sounds good. It was so nice to be here and talk with you.
It's always great to see you, Dr. Evans, always. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hello, Lucy.
Hi, how are you?
Good, thank you. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. So for those who don't know me, my name is Lucy Spencer. I am actually located in Bermuda. I'm a personal trainer at Beyond Fitness Gym. And just to kind of give yourself a little bit of background on me, I used to be an international swimmer. So I competitively swam for over 10 years. The reason I got into swimming was because my mum was a former Paralympian. So she qualified for the Sydney Paralympic Games as a swimmer. So of course I wanted to be just like my mum. So I became a swimmer myself. I qualified for the London 2012 Olympics. However, didn't get the chance to swim as I didn't place high enough, but I can say that I qualified, which is kind of a big deal. I then continued to swim for a year after that and then retired. I then went into the industry of retail and put on about 20 to 25 pounds. So as a personal trainer, I have gained weight, which people might not think is real for a personal trainer, but myself, I did gain weight. And was eating fast food every single day, didn't exercise for nearly a year, was super, super unhappy. I think I suffered a little bit from depression as well. And it was actually my mom again, who I keep referring to, who encouraged me to get into fitness again and go to the gym and get, you know, a different kind of job away from the retail industry. So that's when I became a trainer. And I have been personal training for nearly 7 years now. I have trained athletes, I have trained old people, I have trained kids. The range of people that I've trained is huge. And funnily enough, how I actually ended up in Bermuda, I had a client back in the UK whose family are Bermudian. And just on the off chance of going and visiting this family, I landed myself a job, and I've been here for 3 years. So it's really funny how it all worked out. This was just meant to be a vacation. Now I live and work here and absolutely love it. So that's just a little bit of background from me. One thing that I really, really wanted to do with you guys today was to get you moving. I know you've all probably been sat down all afternoon or all morning, sort of listening to different people speaking. So if I could offer the chance for you guys to just stand up for me. I know a few of you have got your cameras on. Thank you for standing up for me, Sharon. So all I'm going to do, guys, I'm just going to show you a really, really simple mobility exercise. So for most of you who are probably still working from home, this is a great exercise for you to practice, just sort of throughout the day if you're getting a stiff back or stiff hamstrings. What I want you guys to do is go down and try and touch your toes. Okay, so unfortunately, about a year ago, I was probably to here. I was nowhere near my toes. So if you can touch your toes or the floor, I'm super jealous because I used to not be able to do this and I'm kind of nearly there. So you're aiming to touch your toes. All right, if you can touch your toes, that's great. If you can touch the floor, I'm super jealous. Now, keeping your legs straight. Your hands are going to walk out, walk out, walk out, walk out, walk out, so that you're in the top of a push-up position. Now, from there, I want you to rotate to the left, rotate to the right, and then with your legs straight, push the hips in the air, keep the legs straight, and stand tall. So guys, that's called a walkout, okay? Now, I used to be able to not do that exercise with my legs straight. My knees would always be bent. Now I'm super proud of myself. I can keep my legs straight. I'm getting closer towards the floor. So it just proves that practicing that exercise really does help with the hamstrings, helps with the lower back, and just general mobility, okay? Another exercise, one more that I just wanted to show you, is super, super important to get a good engagement and activation with your core. Having lack of core strength is proven to contribute towards lower back pain for women when they get pregnant. During and after, there's more vulnerabilities there. So what I want you guys to do is to lay on your back for me. Again, you're going to have to get out of the chair. So laying on your back for me. This is, again, a super, super easy exercise, but really, really good for just getting that practice and engagement with your core muscles. So you're going to lay on the floor, feet are flat on the floor. Now imagine this space here from your chest to the bottom of your sort of hip area is open. So I want you to arch your back, open out that area. And as you take a deep breath out, I want you to close that area, push your spine right down into the floor. Imagine you're trying to get your spine to crush the floor. So from that point there, lift your head off the floor, shoulders are off the floor, and breathe out and hold that position. So let's try that one more time. Breathe in, relax, go down, arch the spine. Now push the spine into the floor, breathe out, try and close that area. Hold that for around 20 seconds and then relax. So these two exercises that I've just shown you guys are very, very good for mobility, very, very good for core activation. And the reason I decided to show you those exercises today is because, you know, you probably sat down all day on Zoom calls, on meetings, and these two exercises hopefully will help prevent lower back pain, stiffness, and a weak core. Okay, I don't know if anybody's got any questions that they would like to ask me, but that's pretty much all I'm gonna say for now.
Thank you, Lucy. So we'll direct all those questions to the chat box at the bottom of the screen again. And we're going to go on with our vendors. Lucy, thank you so much for that great stretch just now. I was doing it even though my camera was off. And,
I'll believe you.
Dr. McCullough.
Okay.
How you doing, Dr.
Thank you
McCullough?
for having me.
Thank you, Lucy.
Thank you, Lucy. Thank you, Donovan. That was awesome. And I think it's going to be a great flow between her presentation and what I have to say. Like I said, my name is Dr. McCullough. I'm a physiotherapist here in Nassau, Bahamas. I'm here from Paramount Rehab and Fitness. And so today I'm going to dive right into the presentation or the talk about defining home and work ergonomics. And so I want to be informative. I want it to be a little interactive like how it was with Lucy, and I'm just going to do my best. Okay, so here we go. How many of you have heard, you could just type into the chat, yes or no, I've heard about ergonomics? Yes, no, yes, no. Okay, thank you, awesome. And so ergonomics is definitely a hot topic right now, but really I want you all to just note the two key words when we're talking about ergonomics and defining it. We're talking about, thank you all for doing that. We're talking about safety. Okay, so safety is paramount, yes. So if you don't remember anything you remember from this presentation, safety is paramount. I'm from Paramount Rehab and Fitness, right? No. But so safety, and we're also talking about efficiency, right? And so we're talking about the safety and the efficiency of an environment or a product. In this case, what we're talking about is the environment. So whether that be your home workstation, or at the office. Can I get how many people right at this very moment or throughout the last month or so have been working from home? I have. I'm sorry. I'm at the office now, but I have been working at home. And sometimes I feel as though I work extra hard at home. So who has been working from home? I see one person working, only one person working from home? Extra, yes. Hands, okay, yeah. Working extra from home, and it's a lot. It's demanding. It is, it's frustrating at times, and it could be all because of many reasons, a myriad of reasons, but it's, it could also be working against us depending on our environment at home. Now, I'm not talking about the kids, and I'm not talking about what's going on TV, but I'm talking about the environment that you would have set up or created now that we had to shift into this type of new norm, right? So there's a saying going around that sitting is the new normal, and sitting is the new smoking. Sorry. So if you've been sitting for longer than an hour, I just want you to type in me, I've been sitting longer than an hour. Well, not really, because you just would have gotten up since the last presentation. But today I'm going to talk to you about a couple of things, like we said, but also about our posture, right? So we know what the problem is. We're sitting too long. sitting has become our way of life. Our kids are sitting in school extra long hours. We're helping out. We're working from home, trying to manage the home and the family all together. So what we want to do is look at our sitting posture right away. So what I want you to do is kind of, if you can see me, you can see my screen kind of well. What you want to do is kind of hunch over like this. Now I know nobody looks like this at home, right? I want you to kind of sit and really round your posture like this. I'm just giving you an example as to how posture and ergonomics are related. So go ahead and sit rounded like this, and then try to raise your right hand, right? I'm right-handed, so I'm raising my right hand. Look at how far my hand can go, right? Now, I want you to sit up properly. I want you to sit up properly, right? As high or as tall as you can. When I say properly, I'm talking about your shoulders, right? Making sure your ears are in line with your shoulders. Now I want you to do that same thing. Take your right hand and lift your hand up, right? Type into the chat, do you notice anything? Do you notice a difference between when you're sitting rounded like this versus when you're sitting upright like this? Can go straight up. Wow, amazing. I'm just reading some of the, and less pull, most definitely. So yes, there's a difference in our posture. There's more flexibility, very good. There's a big difference between rounded versus straight up. I can actually touch the sky. Yeah, right, Donovan. So, but it's a big difference with our posture. So when you're setting up your desk, either at home or the office, you want to remember that very same demonstration. You want to be aligned with your head over your shoulder as much as possible. And you do not want to be rounding or going into postures that will cause you to round your spine. So here are 3 tips that you can do right away, in order to, 1, remind yourself about your posture as it relates to ergonomics, but also implement as right after this presentation. So the first thing I want you to remember, check up, neck up, okay? Write that in the chat so you remember. Check up, neck up. After a while from sitting forward, I'm gonna get to some of those questions. I see some really good questions. Check up, neck up. That's a great reminder. The tip number 1, check up, neck up. So as you're sitting for long periods of time on Zoom and this and that, you want to remind yourself, hold on, wait, did I check? Let me check. Check up, keep my neck up. Because the head and the neck and remembering your ear being in line with your shoulder is gonna help you with your mobility, even though you may be sitting at a desk for that prolonged time. The second tip number 2, ready, is you gotta move it before you lose it, right? Type that in, move it before you lose it. So every 20 to 30 minutes, now this is gonna hit some people who've been sitting for a while. Every 20 to 30 minutes, you need to move it. And some of the things that Lucy would have said would have been great suggestions if you are suffering from lower back pain like we talked about. We're getting into that. Anyone here? Thank you. Check up, neck up, move it before you lose it. Step number 1, tip number 2. So move it before you lose it. Every 20 to 30 minutes, get up and move around. Now, that means getting up, going to the bathroom. That means getting up, going for water, going for coffee, getting up and just moving around. Or that could mean getting up and stretching. And so if you're having neck pain, anybody here have neck pain? I think I saw one person said neck pain. So neck pain, yep. Yes, for neck pain. So if you're having neck pain, one of the things you can do with that same tip number 2, move it before you lose it. You can stretch your neck. Now, upper traps, these are one of the, and somebody said back, very good. I'll talk about the back as well. The upper trap muscles, they tend to be the area where we carry a lot of tension. And so what do you want to do when you're doing your tip number 2? Anybody remember what is tip number 2? You could type it in. You need to move it before you lose it. You can stretch. You can take your ear to your shoulder on one side, take your hand and pull. Now, when you take the other hand, just slide it like underneath the chair and then give it a more pull. You can see that there's a stretch going on right there. That's actually what I do, and it feels so good. Yes, it does. It's a great stretch for those people that feel it in their neck. So that's number 2, move it before you lose it. Tip number 3, drum roll, please. Sorry. You got to use what you've got. Type that in, use what you've got. So you want to make wise modifications, right? I know we're all on a budget and we have things that we would really want to do in an ideal world, get the right mouse, get the right keyboard, get 2 keyboards, get all of these things that will, yes, be beneficial and help you with what? 2 things, ergonomics, safety, and efficiency. But if you don't have those things or you don't have the means to get those things, there are always things that you can use around the house that will allow you to modify and improve your environment as it relates to your ergonomics and as it relates to your posture. So I just want you to remember to keep, you can use a small pillow between your lower back in a chair, a normal chair, and that will help modify your ability to sit properly when you're sitting in a chair. So those are 3 tips. I'll repeat. Neck up, check up, neck up. Use what you've got and move it before you lose it. Thank you so much for having me. Again, my name is Dr. Maquella Roll from Paramount Rehab and Fitness. And I just want to thank you all for being so interactive. And there is a free offer for you all if you're interested with a free book about back pain. I didn't get to talk much about back pain, but there's a free book that I have, and I think they would have sent it already at your disposable use to share with others and to learn more about back pain. Thank you so much, Donovan and the Zest family for having me.
Thank you, Dr. Roll. Amazing tips.
Thank you.
Am I on? So,
yes.
Okay. My name is Paul Bourne. I am from Peg Farm and Nature Reserve in Barbados. Let me just give you a little history on me. I've been an athlete and a very active person my whole life. I've grown up right here in Barbados, done quite a bit of traveling throughout my life. And I injured my back when I was about 19 years old doing bent over rows in the gym incorrectly. And that started a back pain issue that continued for about 20 years. And when I was 38 or 39, I, quite by chance, met a guy called Paul Chek from California. He's the founder of the Chek Institute, C-H-E-K Institute, and he's a holistic lifestyle coach. And he introduced me to a whole new world and was able to show me ways and means of managing my back pain. And he indicated that stress is a big part of pain, and it affects everything in your life actually. And right now, during this pandemic, I think a lot of people are realizing the effects of stress. So anyway, I went to visit him in California, and he did an assessment on me, and he very quickly pointed out that I was way too stressed out, needed to manage my stress levels. And one of the big contributors was the amount of crappy, highly processed food that I was eating, along with a whole bunch of other things like, my sleep pattern wasn't great, too much physical exercise, not enough rest and recovery, not the best water quality, and some other stuff. So he put me on a program to fix my problems, and in that came the inspiration to start this farm in Barbados, because when I looked around at the availability of good organic foods and like grass-fed meats, pretty much non-existent here in Barbados. And I just wondered why is it that we're not farming like that in Barbados. I have no background in farming whatsoever. And so I started doing some research. I started visiting farms in California. I went to Polyphase Farms in Virginia, which is owned by a guy called Joel Salatin. And he's a world-renowned innovator of free-range animal husbandry. So I went and visited his farm, and I actually brought him here to Barbados as well to show me how to do that. And when I could not find the good food in Barbados, and I questioned why we weren't doing that type of farming here, that was the inspiration for me to start Peg Farm and Nature Reserve. And really it was a place what I wanted to create was a place that could produce good quality food without the use of deadly pesticides and artificial fertilizers. Also a place, as I learned, it has become a place where we are trying to regenerate the soil, regenerate Mother Earth, which is where all the healing comes from. And, so many people, myself included, are disconnected from the importance of Mother Earth and nature. And I've always been a lover of nature, like innately, but never realized consciously how important it was. So having spent some time with Paul and bringing him in as a mentor and a coach, I started to develop Peg as a place where people could come and plug into nature. So I found a really cool spot here in Barbados. It's a sugar plantation that is 350 acres, and I managed to talk the landowners into giving me a little piece of it, 108 acres to be precise. And it's at a high point in Barbados, so it's like 1,000 feet above sea level. And it has a forest next to it. So it really is a beautiful natural location. And, I've been developing it now for 7 years. And we have animals, all free range, grass fed. We bring in a non-GMO whole grain feed to feed the animals. Cows only eat grass and drink beautiful water that comes from a pristine well that we have access to as well. And, we grow a whole host of vegetables, and, we planted fruit trees and this kind of stuff. So Peg is really about recognizing the fact that there is a real need for us as a human race to connect back to nature and realize the importance of good healthy food, good quality water, good quality sleep at the right time too, because we have something called a circadian cycle that is on a timeline. We should be sleeping by 10 or 10:30 till 6 in the morning, and that's when the body does its repair while we sleep. And if we don't sleep because we're up until midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning on a computer, getting all agitated from that processed light and all the information that we're into, that's a big disruptor of sleep that I know a lot of people suffer with. And the ability to be able to, you know, especially when you're stressed out, to be able to just go and walk out in nature, preferably barefoot. I've made the whole entire farm barefoot friendly, and it has nice forested areas. It has arable land. You know, you have the trees and the plants and the vegetables and the animals all kind of mixing in with each other. And very often when I'm stressed out, I will go and leave the cell phone in the building or in the car and just go and walk around on the farm barefoot for an hour or two. And it's amazing what a difference that makes. And, you know, that's kind of what we have been marketing, and people have been taking advantage of it. You know, we have a beautiful farm to table cafe. And when people come to the cafe, we don't charge them to go and walk around on the property. That's like free, and we encourage people to do it. And when people do, they always come back and say how peaceful and tranquil and wonderful the experience of just walking around in nature is. And, you know, Barbados is a very small island. It's very built up, very commercial, considering, you know, that it's a little tropical island. You would think, you know, there'd be lots of natural environment, but the natural environment is not cherished by the majority of people. There are those who, you know, go and do hiking and who do value it. So that element does exist. And I think that element is becoming more and more recognized by people. And I'd like to think that we're helping people to be more cognizant of the fact that nature plays such an important part in our lives, and that we need to really regulate, you know, how we do our work. You know, the human race has become very, very, very busy. You know, we're 7.7 billion people for the first time ever that we know about anyway. And you know, it's a busy place. We're all in a world of commitments and deadlines and, you know, all these things that have become normal, and we take for granted as like, this is what you have to do. But, you know, I've been questioning that. Do we have to do that? Do we have to do that so much? Or should we be, you know, taking time out to not do anything and go and plug in to nature and, you know, sit. I've actually, when I was a kid, I used to love climbing trees. And, you know, during my 20s, 30s, 40s, I didn't climb much trees, and got very busy, you know, in my busy world. And when I met Paul, and he introduced this concept of, you know, taking time out to not be so busy. In fact, the first thing he did when I went to visit him in California, our first session, the first thing he did was take me outside barefoot on the lawn and taught me the basic principles of Tai Chi, and how, you know, just going outside, closing your eyes, focusing on your breath, and just moving like water, but in no particular fashion, just basically moving how I felt like moving. And I started practicing that when I came back to Barbados, and then, you know, as I developed the farm, I have several spots on the farm where I go and do this, and it is amazing how, you know, peaceful and tranquil, and the effect, you know, that is, and how that then, you know, affects the overall, you know, the overall being. And I have found that, you know, that has been very, very useful to me to, you know, combat stress, which we're all faced with. You know, you can't just take off and leave everything behind. We live in a very specific world, most of us, you know, 99% of us live in a busy world. The guys who are, you know, like the indigenous Indians in the middle of the Amazon equatorial rainforest, don't know the stresses we know. I'm sure they have stresses too, you know, like avoiding the tarantula that may kill you or the jaguar that might eat you or whatever. But you get what I'm saying. It's a completely different level of existence that they have. They're living in nature, whereas we've built a concrete jungle that we call our nature, and it's full of pressure, and so many people are living, you know, on terrible food, taking pharmaceutical medications that are doing more harm than what the medication was designed to help. And I know for me, I've just got caught up in everything that's going on, and I think it's really important to recognize how being in tune with nature, eating good food, drinking good water, getting good sleep, all that stuff is, it's just simple practice, but it makes a huge difference. And in fact, I have found that when I spend time doing that, it then allows me to be a lot sharper, a lot more efficient when I do go and do the focused work that I need to do, focused work that we all need to do. So I guess what I'm suggesting is that, I think if we all took some time out every day or as often as we can to completely disengage from the hectic, chaotic nature of our lives and go and find a little sweet spot. Obviously someone living in a city, in a condominium, in a sky rise might be challenged a little deeper to find that sweet spot. But the sweet spot could be in your apartment, with a plant, and you just connect to the plant, and you do that. For those of us that live, where there is some kind of nature or a river, a forest, a garden, anywhere that actually has nature that is thriving and performing well. I think if we go into that kind of space, we connect to it innately, like we do it without trying, we just do naturally. And the more time you spend connected to that force of nature, it's very helpful. And I think at this time, with everything that's going on with the pandemic, that would be my best recommendation, to be able to do this kind of stuff more often, and eat the good food rather than processed foods. And I think that will go a long way to making this place a better world to live, and it'll make it much better for us to be able to communicate as human beings and to love. Because when you're stressed out and just feel like everything's pure pressure around you all the time, you're not going to be the best person you can be, are you? So that's what PEG is about. That's what we're doing, and I hope that's been helpful. Thank you.
Paul, that was extremely helpful. And what stood out hearing you, and what was also a common hearing from Lucy, is how both of you in the past, you took things and you took initiative, you acted on that to then help people. So when it was Lucy who had the competitive swimming career, then went through a little bit of a health transformation herself, not necessarily in the best way, but then changed things around, acted on that, and now she's helping people. You yourself, you took something like Barbados, you saw, hey, I'm interested in this case, healthy and sustainable eating. This isn't here right now. I'm going to do something about it and create something to help other people. So that was amazing. Just goes to show you, to both of yourself and Lucy, the mindset that is behind your respective work. From Dr. Evans, it was nice to learn, whether it be something like snoring or even other different types of sleep factors is that, you know what, at the end of the day, we can do something. We don't have to live with, let's say, if we hear that we are snoring, we can do something about it. And there's people like Dr. Evans who can help us.
Yeah.
From Dr. Roll, we learned that even something like these different mantra statements could actually make a big difference. It was interesting how we learned about tiny habits earlier, and then we just learned about these different phrases, which in and of itself, these phrases are tiny habits, which was amazing. We're going to ask a question to Dr. Roll, and a question we got in the chat box here. So if anyone has any other questions, feel free to put them in the chat box. The question for Dr. Roll is, if someone has experienced a lower back injury, what type of ergonomic practices can they have while they're sitting? That way they're maybe not re-triggering that injury and just overall not doing any harm to their injury they already had to their back while they're sitting. So for someone who has a lower back injury, what are some best practices for ergonomic support?
Thank you for that question. Yeah, so definitely the same things that I talked about. You want to be able to be moving every 20 to 30 minutes if you have lower back pain. You also want to, like I said, put a small pillow, usually a small pillow. This doesn't work for everything, but most times in a regular chair, if you're sitting at a dining room table chair, a small pillow in the midsection or to the lower part of your lower back where that arch comes in will be good to support your lower back. Of course, getting an ergonomic chair is important. It will be beneficial. But the two things that you can do right away would be move it before you lose it, get up every 20 to 30 minutes, and use what you have already at home, implementing using a small pillow behind your lower back in a regular chair.
Fantastic, fantastic. Paul, we'll go to you for the next question. And it's even the name in PEG is the term biodynamic farming. Do you mind sharing for everyone, kind of clarifying what that means and why it's unique?
Hey, you got me?
Yes.
When I met Paul Check, he he inspired me to do the farm. He said to me, if you're going to do this farm, you want to use biodynamics. And biodynamics was created by a guy called Rudolf Steiner, who he died in 1925. So this is a guy that lived 100 years ago. He was a German, so he lived in Europe at a time when, he saw the Industrial Revolution, he saw the First World War, he saw the Spanish flu pandemic, he saw the Great Depression. So it was a very formative time, and he was a brilliant, brilliant man. If any of you are interested, do a little Google search on him. And basically he just saw the interconnection between everything in the universe. And so I've learned a lot, by just following his stuff. I got a guy from California who, is a consultant, and he was my lead consultant for 7 years here, just developing those protocols. So that's the overarching system that we use. But like permaculture and organics, all that kind of falls under that umbrella. But biodynamics is really, really deep. Steiner himself is evidence to me of universal intelligence. How did he see what he saw? Who taught Steiner? Because he didn't go to school to learn that stuff. He created biodynamics himself. He was the creator of the Waldorf school system, the anthroposophy, which is a medical system that he created. The guy was a real genius. So Paul had all of his books. He did a series of lectures in the last 2 years before he died. And so Paul was a real fan of Steiner and had studied him quite deeply. So when I expressed interest in, trying to make a difference here in Barbados with the farm, he said, well, definitely you want to do biodynamics. And if you're going to do animals, you want to go and deal with go and see Joel Salatin. He's in Virginia, and he's the guy that really knows animal husbandry, free range animal husbandry very well. So I've kind of linked up with some world leaders in practices. You know, none of this stuff is my stuff. It's just stuff that I've, you know, seen and basically trying to copy.
And Paul, if you don't mind, we'll ask you one more quick question that just came in. And with respect for timing, if you don't mind keeping your answer to about a minute in length. But the question is regards to any suggestions for creating home-based organic farming.
Yeah, it's absolutely like the first thing would be to get a good source of good natural fertilizer, so that you can, you know, like good compost, so that like even if you're going to just grow some lettuce and some tomatoes in a bucket, that you can put it in really good quality soil. Make sure that the water you're going to water the plants with is best quality water you can possibly get, with, you know, no nitrates, no chlorine, any of that stuff. And yeah, and then go and do a little research on biodynamics and organics and permaculture. I would say those principles, and follow those methods, and you'll produce some really beautiful food right in your backyard.
Amazing. Thank you. So everyone, with that said, that was our first lineup of community partners from this last section of creating healthy communities with Zest Wellness. And now what we'll do is we'll move on to the next set of community partners, who will each have 10 minutes to share with us what they are doing and to help create this world a better place. And so the 4 speakers will start in the following and go by the following order. I'll do introductions right now. That way, when each of them begin talking, they can deliver their content as soon as they begin talking. So with that said, as we get ready here, excited, this is Zestfest. First, from Bermuda is Tali Gabai, who's the owner and managing director of Lucky Elephant Wellness. He comes to us as a 500-hour registered yoga teacher, and has been practicing yoga for actually over 20 years. So plenty of experience from Tali. After Tali, speaking will be Agatha Holovatins.
I don't know how to turn this off. But...
Agatha was a Zest Wellness podcast guest. Episode 9, Healthy Doesn't Have to Be That Hard. So it's our pleasure for us to welcome her to Zestfest. She's the co-founder and director of Fueled Bermuda, and she's a certified integrative nutrition health coach, and very uniquely author of the book Fueled: Transform Your Body, Enhance Your Energy, and Supercharge Your Life. After Agatha is Renee Wright from Iron Shore CrossFit, and Renee is the owner and instructor at Iron Shore CrossFit in the Turks and Caicos Islands. She's also the president of the Turks and Caicos Weightlifting Federation and member of the Women in Sports Federation. It's amazing to see Renee's involvement in the community. She's not only focusing on physical, but also the psychological benefits of keeping active and with activities like CrossFit. And then lastly is Dr. Scott Cooley from Sunset Crest Chiropractic in Barbados. What's amazing about Dr. Cooley is how he's combined his passions for football or soccer with chiropractic practices. He's been involved with major league sports teams in Canada, as well as in Barbados, most recently with the Barbados Football Association. It's also nice to note Dr. Cooley's philanthropy work when he's traveled to Ghana, as well as St. Vincent and the Grenadines, to complete chiropractic work there. All said, he's the owner and chiropractor at Sunset Crest Chiropractic. So, Tali, the floor is yours for the next 10 minutes to educate us on yourself as well as Lucky Elephant Wellness in Bermuda.
I don't know if you can see me. I don't see myself.
We can see you.
You can see me.
Kelly, your video's showing.
Okay, you can see me? All right, well, I can't see myself, but I'm just gonna go. There we are. All right, so movement and breath are really good ways to just stay grounded during times of uncertainty. So I put together just a 10-minute sequence that you can probably do at your desk. I'm obviously not sitting at a desk, but you can probably do most of this with me. So just start by sitting tall. Lengthen up through your spine and close your eyes. And just start to breathe. Breathe in through your nose. Breathe out through your nose. And then just start to be aware of where the breath is going as you're breathing, drawing it in through your nostrils, down your throat all the way to the belly. Feel the belly expand and contract with each full breath. Lengthen up through the spine, take your awareness into your ribs. And as you breathe in, you feel the belly and then the ribs. Filling out side to side and front to back. Breathe into your chest and your upper back. Notice the shoulders rise and fall with your breath. On an in-breath, as your shoulders rise, take the shoulder heads back in space and soften your shoulder blades down. Create a feeling of space at the base of your neck. Just gently draw the tops of your ears back so that your ears stack over your shoulders and your shoulders stack over your hips. And take a few breaths there as you lengthen up through the crown of your head. And from here, just drop your chin to your chest. And keeping the chin drawing into your chest, take your chin over to the right shoulder, guiding it along your collarbone. And then when you reach that end range, you're going to start to lift the chin up, keep looking over to the left. As you lift the chin up, take your gaze up towards the ceiling. Follow the chin around in a semicircle, over to your opposite shoulder, and then back down the collarbone to your starting position. Okay, then you're going to go in the opposite direction, following the collarbone along to the shoulder of your chin, lifting up and around, following it back down with your chin along the opposite collarbone. Okay. So that's one full round, and then from here, lengthen up through the crown of the head. Once again, sit tall. Just take your arms out in front so they're slightly wider than shoulder width. Make a fist and tense up the muscles of your arms. We're going to do some scapular rotations. So you're going to lift your shoulders up towards your ears and then plug the arm bones back so you feel your shoulder blades kind of wing off your back, and then draw the shoulder blades down and then gently plunge the arms forward again. So you're taking your shoulder blades in full rotation, lifting up, back, down, and stretching forward. Do about 3 in this direction. Keep breathing as you move. And then you're going to plug back and go in the opposite direction. So you're going to, once again, plug the arm bones back into the shoulder sockets, Lift your shoulders up towards the ears. Reach forward so your shoulder blades protract, and then draw down with the shoulder blades. And do, again, 3 in that direction. Keeping everything nice and stiff so you're focusing the rotation on your shoulder blades. Okay? And then release the arms. Take a deep breath in, stretch your arms forward. And you're going to take your left arm underneath your right arm, wrap until your palms come together. So some people might have really tight shoulder blades. So instead of wrapping so that the palms come together, take your hands to your shoulders and just pull your arms apart. Again, you're going to feel your shoulder blades spread across your back. Okay? And then draw the shoulder blades down. So just a good upper back release. So if your palms are together, you lift the elbows up, press your forearms forward, breathe into the upper back. Taking a deep breath in through the nose. And a slow breath out through the nose. And then release the hands. And this time your right arm comes underneath your left. And you either catch opposite shoulders or bring your palms together. Lift your elbows up, press your forearms forward. Take a deep breath in. And a slow breath out as you draw the shoulder blades down. Deep breath in. And a slow breath out. From here, release your arms. Just come up to a standing position. Okay? So from here, we're just going to roll through each segment of our spine. So tuck your chin. And you're just going to think about each vertebrae in the back of your neck as you roll down, vertebra by vertebra. And you're getting into your upper back, rolling down, taking your spine into flexion, vertebra by vertebra. Coming down as far as you can to your end range of motion. And then we're going to come up by extending out, lengthen the crown of your head forward, lengthen through your neck, through your upper back, mid back, low back. If you want, you can even take your arms all the way up, stretch up. And then we can do that again. Bring your arms back down, tuck the chin, slowly roll. And just feel really good. Breathing all the way down. Extending out. And maybe reaching all the way up again. Bring your hands back down. We'll do another thing that's good for shoulder mobility. You've probably seen you may not have seen the cow face pose where you catch your hands behind your head. What we're going to do is so that we actually don't touch the back of our body. So you can do this standing or seated if you've got the room. You take your arms out. One arm turns down into internal rotation, the other one stays externally rotated. Take your hands behind you and do your best to reach your fingertips together without touching the back of your body. Good. And then you're going to stretch your arms back out. The opposite arm internally rotates. And you repeat. So let's do 3 on each side. Really focusing on the movement of the shoulder. And then release. So I'm not seated at a desk, but if you are seated at a desk, you can imagine. You're going to sit tall. You're going to take your right ankle onto your left knee, and then flex your right ankle so you keep your knees stable. Okay? And you can sit tall here and press your right knee towards the floor. And that might be a nice stretch for you. If you need a little bit more of a stretch, you can fold forward. Take a few breaths there. This is good for releasing tension in your hips. Okay, and then you can come back to your upright position, and you can twist towards your right foot. So you take your right arm towards your right foot. Depending on where your range is, you might not have your wrist on your foot. You might be able to get your upper arm onto your foot. You just going to twist. Turn to look over your left shoulder. Good, and then turn to face forward. And switch. Take your left leg over your right knee. Sit tall. Press your left knee towards the floor while you flex your left ankle. Okay. Take a few breaths seated tall. And that would be plenty of a stretch for you there. Or if you've got a little bit more range of motion, you could fold forward over your leg. And then you take it into a twist. Your left arm comes across. Reach back with your right arm, look over your right shoulder. Twisting out through your spine. And then slowly return back to your seat. So that was about a 10-minute sequence. Come to a seated position, sit tall, take a few breaths in your seated position, breathing in through your nose. Breathing out through your nose. And just try to be aware of how you feel. Just after 10 minutes of minimal movement. Sometimes that's all it takes to clear your head. Just bring yourself back into focus to reconnect body and mind. Just getting a little bit of oxygen moving through your body. Refocusing yourself. So thank you very much. I hope that was helpful.
It was helpful. Tally, thank you very, very much for
You're welcome.
that session. What we're going to do right now is we're going to move on to our next session, which is a nutrition demo with Agatha. So Agatha, if you're ready now, the floor is yours, and please tell us how we can, that's amazing, tell us how we can continue to learn more healthy habits.
Sure, thank you. Just wasn't able to see myself at first. Welcome to, my name is Agatha, and I'm Director of Fueled Bermuda. And this is a cooking demo. Now we've got 10 minutes together, so I wanted to really do something that's punchy, but will really fuel your body and restore your body, replenish your body, and get you going for the day. So we're starting with breakfast. So I wanted to show what I do for breakfast every single day, or most days of the week, 6 days out of 7 kind of a thing. So loaded with nutrients, and packed full of vitamins, and it's the kind of thing that nourishes your body first thing. So we're going to do a smoothie, and this is what we're going to be doing. You're going to need a blender for your smoothie. So here's my blender. And the base of your smoothie is going to be bananas. So bananas, I like to get as fresh as I can get them, and then I peel them and freeze them as soon as they're just about ready. So that's really a great thing to do. They last longer, they don't get speckled and stuff like that. So I'm going to pull my bananas from my fridge, from my freezer. All right. You know what? Before we get started, we need to put on an apron so that your clothes don't get dirty. All right. Great. So this is my favorite good morning smoothie, and here we go. So bananas, what you do when you freeze bananas is that you just peel them, and then you've got the whole banana, and you just throw it in a Ziploc bag, tighten it up, and it will last for, I think, about 3 weeks before it starts to get that frostbite and stuff like that on it that you don't want anymore. So another thing you can do is some stores, since Bermuda ran out of bananas at one point, they started selling them frozen in chopped up little pieces. So that was a pretty frozen. So pre-sliced, chopped up pieces of banana. And so we're gonna throw those in there. Throw 2. What I like to do is to make the whole blender full of smoothie so that what I have is smoothie for this morning and smoothie for tomorrow morning. So I don't have to cook twice. I've got it ready to go. It's in the fridge. I'm good. All right. So I need a little bit more than that. Let me show you guys here a little bit better. Great. So I've got 2 whole bananas, a little bit more of those chopped up bananas, and you can certainly use fresh bananas. I love the coolness and the texture of the frozen bananas within the smoothie, but a fresh banana is just as great, so go for that too. So bananas, I love bananas. They are a great way to replenish electrolyte stores and energy levels. They're high in prebiotics, loaded with B6, loads of potassium and vitamin C. So great, great, great nourishing food for the body. And then grapefruit is the next thing that I throw in there. So you want to peel your grapefruit. Grapefruits are awesome. They are 92% water. I don't know if you knew that, but grapefruits are 92% water, which makes it an incredibly hydrating fruit. And if you get the ones that are, you can get any color of grapefruits that you want, but the pink and the darker color ones have more beta carotene. So, I mean, grapefruits are already very nutritious, but the colorful ones are a little darker. They have a lot more beta carotene. Now, these have antioxidants, like I said, loads of vitamin packed with water, great for immune system, skin health, and, you know, just an amazing morning food. They can lower LDL levels, which are your bad cholesterol. They can help prevent cancer and heart disease as well. So these really pack a punch. Be careful when you're taking medications. Do ask if it might interfere with any medications you're taking. Grapefruit has a component that might, so be careful with that. But otherwise, good to go. And keep the white stuff on. That white stuff is loaded with antioxidants and fiber, soluble fiber that you do want to get in your body in the morning. So you might not know that. You can't taste it once it's blended in the smoothie. So keep the white stuff on there as much as you can. All right, and they're also loaded with calcium, potassium, magnesium. Just grapefruit's a great option, right? So I put those in there. Then I throw in 3 prunes. I grew up, I had Italian prune plum trees in my backyard, and I would pick them every summer. My mom would make plum jam and stuff like that. So I love the flavor. And so since I can't always get them fresh, I love to throw the 3 prunes in there. Extremely high in fiber, will keep you regular. So I take 3 of those every single day in my smoothie. They are also very rich in polyphenol antioxidants, which decrease inflammation in the body. And as such, they also help reduce your risk of heart disease and cancer. They reduce inflammation in the brain as well and body. So it's just really a great way to go. And because they're dried like that, they're sweeter than the actual fruit. So it adds a sweetness to the smoothie that wouldn't be there if it wasn't for the prunes. All right, so 3 or 4 of those. Then I go right ahead and add my spinach. I mean, I don't have to tell you guys about leafy greens. Everyone knows about leafy greens are so good for you. I think it's more, you know, when you hear about an apple a day keeps the doctor away, I would say it's more like a handful of leafy greens a day keeps the doctor away. So one thing to note, most leafy greens coming out of the United States of America are on the dirty dozen list, which means they're high in pesticides and herbicides, chemicals that you don't want in your body. They introduce toxicity and inflammation, and everything sort of starts to snowball from there. So you want to splurge and go organic on what are known as the dirty dozen. So spinach is on that list. Splurge and get organic spinach. And pro tip here, this one is fresh, but the moment that you get it, you can throw it in the freezer for your smoothies, sauces, soups, stews, stir fries. you can't make a fresh salad out of it, but it freezes exceptionally well. Just take it like this and put it in your freezer and you're good to go for weeks. It never dies at the bottom of your fridge. All right, let's move along. So I like to squish as much as I can in there, quite frankly. This is the, in the morning when you're hungry and you've already had your exercise or you've done your yoga or meditation, you're ready to have something nourishing. I squeeze as much as I can. Sometimes I squeeze in more after it blends. All right, then I add a little bit of pineapple juice. I really love the pineapple juice because it's got a nice sweetness to it, but not too much. So just a little bit of pineapple juice. Then water. You want to add water enough to fill it to the point where you've covered most of the bananas. So I would say like halfway to 3/4 way that your container is full. You could add lemon or lime. These are from a bottle, it's true. It's a packaged food, but it's my kind of packaged food because it's just organic squeezed lemon, organic squeezed lime, no food colorings, no additives, no preservatives, nothing that you don't want in your body, and it's so much easier than squeezing real lemons and limes and pulling out the seeds and all of that. So a little bit of that, very refreshing in the morning. Great. So from there, super easy, guys. You could make this more complicated. You could throw in, I don't know, you could throw in a carrot, you could throw in apples, you can do all kinds of things. But we're going to go ahead and blend that. I call this the iron monkey because it has the iron from the spinach and the bananas. All right, I introduced more greens into it because it wasn't green enough for me. You can go easy on the greens. Spinach is so versatile, it has hardly any flavor. So it really just ends up tasting like citrus and prunes and bananas, and it has all those extra greens in it as well. You're sneaking in your body. Now what I do is I take almonds, which FYI, you can keep that in the freezer. Just in case you don't use them that often, or if you want to keep them always fresh, just put them in a container and freeze them. All right. Now, after the smoothie's already blended, I throw in 1 handful and a few of the almonds, and I pulse 3 times. I want chunks of almonds. I'll tell you why. All right, this is what I have. This is what your nutrition coach has for breakfast in the morning. And I like to make it fancy, pour it in a wine glass. There you go. First thing in the morning, lots of nourishing, good for you ingredients. It will just waken you right up. It will feel so good. You're gonna have so much great energy. When you add the almonds, you add the plant protein, the additional fats, the really healthy plant protein fats, plant fats. And just some more fiber and loads of vitamin E and magnesium and calcium, potassium, more fats, really great. And when you have the chunks in there, you actually remember to chew. You guzzle your smoothie, you miss out on the enzyme action within your mouth, your saliva. So you want to chew your smoothie just a little bit so that you kind of incorporate. Oh, sorry, apologies for that. I'm out of time. So you want to have those chunks in there. That's what I use to remind myself to chew a little bit, get the enzyme action going, and then you're going to get more bang for your buck out of this because it's going to start to incorporate the nutrients with your saliva and break down the food better when it gets to your GI tract. All right, cheers.
Agatha, that was phenomenal. So much so that as soon as the spinach came out, I ran to the fridge myself, and you were so inspiring that.
Thank you.
You need to, amazing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right.
With that said, as our Zest Wellness team eats our spinach and acts on what Agatha just shared with us, We're going to now move on to our next Zest Wellness community member, and that's Renee from Iron Shore CrossFit in the Turks and Caicos Islands. Renee, the floor is yours.
Oh, I have to turn it around. Sorry. Hey, Nathan, are you there?
I am Renee, and we can see.
I have okay. I figured it out.
I have to just do the spin around. There we go.
Hi, guys. Well, I mean, that's basically going in on my talk today is trying to figure out how to use technology as an old school person. So, perfect example. But thanks for having me, Nathan. I appreciate all those other chats. That was super awesome listening to everybody else today. I'm going to go in a little bit and talk about my my history as far as where I got to where I am now and how I've adapted and like become, you know, a COVID coach. So I started as basically a gym rat. My mom owned a gym before I was even born. I've been in a gym my whole life. So I'm really just going with everything that I've learned. I've learned about bodybuilding because that's kind of what my mom was a little bit. I'm not hugely into the bodybuilding scene anymore at all. But I've gone from there. I went to school in Canada. When I was in Canada, I was in another bodybuilding facility. And that's kind of where I really learned that the individual training and this whole mythology behind bodybuilding and this like aesthetic-based fitness really wasn't for me. So basically, you know, women and men alike having a hard time really just jumping into a personal training facility that's basically saying, here's a poster of a woman in a bikini, we want you to look like that. And I've basically taken that and everything I've learned since, and it's been probably 10 years since I worked at that place, and gone, okay, that is not for me. That is not exactly what I think works best for most people. I think most people are just really trying to look and feel healthy. So we don't really need to go into the aesthetics and look a certain way, we need biceps and all that. We just want to look and feel good, right? So that's kind of where I've gone with everything. And then I walked into a CrossFit gym. So I know a lot of people have their CrossFit stories and all that. I'm not going to get totally into CrossFit too hard. I'm just going to say that I walked into my first gym. My friend owned it. I kind of helped him with the business side of things. He was teaching me a little bit about how his training was. And I saw a 65-year-old woman training side by side with a 21-year-old athlete who's an MMA fighter. And I thought, this is rad. Like, this woman's putting in the same level of intensity as this kid. And they're going head to head. And the same program's on the board, but it's modified in a way that she can do it just the same way he is, and she's trying just as hard, and he's working just as hard at the end. You know, there's high fives, and people are chit-chatting, and I thought, this is for me. Like, this works. People love it. People are having fun. And then I dove deep. I became a little obsessed with it, of course. I thought the barbell aspect of it, I thought, wow, the mythology of training here, it's we want people being able to get full range of motion again. Like, this is an adult playground. This is getting people playing again. And you know, you see kids, you bring kids into the gym, they're swinging around on the monkey bars and they're doing squats perfectly. And we thought, wow, like, why can't adults squat? Why can't adults put their hands over their head? And it kind of goes in sync with what a lot of the other speakers were saying today. And it's, we don't use our bodies anymore. So the less you use it, you lose it. Absolutely. If you're sitting in a chair all day, why would you ever squat below 90 degrees? Because you don't have to. You just get in the chair and get back out of it. So, I mean, when you really get into it, and I started looking at the way different countries work, you saw the Asian countries, those guys are, you know, farming, and they're sitting in this beautiful little paleo chair, just their bodies, and they can do that. And then you see a North American man who's not able to touch his toes. And we thought, wow, there's a problem here. So it started back there, and then it was about 10 years ago I got into it. I came back home to Turks and Caicos after finishing school, and realized we have the same problems. Like, obesity's on the rise, people aren't moving. It's not a very health conscious community here. So I thought, let's how do we build this? Let's start a community. Let's get people moving together, because no one likes doing it alone. It's not fun. So I started with barbells in the back of my pickup truck, and we used to go to different parking lots, and I got a nice little crew together, and it was super fun. And then eventually we got the gym going, and since then it's just been super, super fun. I have my members, which I've got this amazing community of like 20-year-olds up to 64-year-olds who are all training together, and I get to train them like how I think it works. So I don't completely go with the whole CrossFit thing anymore. I've definitely been able to adapt my training a lot more, but along the lines of what everybody else is saying is motion is lotion. Like, just get people moving. I've got a guy who's just lost 150 pounds, like, and all he wants to do is eat well and move. And we created this community, and everybody's loving it. I'm like, we're having a great time. And COVID happened. So I'm a little old school. I love community training. I love being with, groups of big people and chatting. I just love it. I flourish in it. I feel like people love it because they're super accountable, way more so than if you have a personal trainer. So I've had personal trainers in the past, and like it became a chore to like call them and be like, oh, I don't really want to come today, but like I paid for it, so I'm gonna come anyway. And then in group trainings, you realize that like, hey, my homegirl's training today. I want to go and train with her. Like, yeah, the coach is going to be there, but I want to see my friends. So that's kind of where we got with the group training. It really worked. And with COVID, I was lucky because I already had my foundational group, everybody who was already my family. We just switched everything online. We just created the group chats. We created the Zoom calls. We did all that stuff. And then it really got me thinking, like, you need to adapt a little bit more. Like, there is so much more in this. And COVID kind of really opened that up for me, realizing that, okay, all your fitness can't just be in the gym. We do so much of, like, our group training indoors. What else can we do? So we got people walking. We got people swimming. The biking community is now growing. So now with all my members, and of course, their family members may be a little scared of CrossFit, so they want to come and join us, but they're not afraid to go for a walk. So since COVID, I've actually found that there's been such an increase of people moving, which I am obsessed with. So, on my drive home, I see people walking every day. They've got their kids out there walking. So, I mean, I do think there's great things coming out of this, but I've also gotten an increased call of people being like, hey, how do I jump in? And I think the first thing I can do is get you in our group chat. Get chatting with our other members. Try to get comfortable with everybody else, and then jump into the gym. If there's no gym available, which in a lot of cases with everything, there's no gyms. So we're, COVID's closed a lot of things down. People are limited in numbers, things like that have happened. I just noticed that I'm just telling people, hey, let's get on Facebook and jump in like these groups of like other people who are like-minded. Like-minded doesn't mean, a person of the same gender and age and country as you. Find somebody who's a polar opposite of you that is like-minded, who's moving, who likes sports, who just wants to try something new. Get in group chats. And I've noticed that the advice that I've given people recently of just getting online and jumping in, as long as they're not, accidentally getting into the pyramid scheme or something like that, it's working. So my members are there. I'm happy with my members. But even people reaching out to me just who don't even live here. I'm having people sliding in my DMs all the time now, asking advice, asking what we're doing. We've got little burpee challenges going of people who, are members but still not coming into the gym just because they're, at-risk family members and things like that. People are being responsible here, I have to say that. But yeah, get online. Let people slide in and ask you questions. If you're a coach, just get your information out there. You don't have to start a YouTube channel. Just be open to talking to people. And if you're an athlete and you're looking to try something new and you're a little nervous about, oh, is this right for me? Just jump in. Like, the worst that can happen is you don't like it and you find another group. So whether it's Zumba, going for a walk, jumping into a CrossFit class, even though sometimes people feel like it's a little terrifying, give it a shot. Just try it out. So far, COVID has definitely changed things for everybody, I think, but we're all getting through it together. So as long as we use online and Zoom and everything that we can use, I think everything's going pretty good. For me anyways, and all my members in the whole country. I hope it's going well for everybody else. But yeah, I would like to open that up. If anybody does have any questions about, my style of training or like how to get started, anything like that, I'm an open book all the time. I obviously love talking, so you can always just shoot me a message on Instagram. My personal account is renee.wright649, and then my gym is Iron Shore Athletica at the moment. We've knocked out the CrossFit, just trying to change our marketing over. So you can always take a look, and any questions at all, absolutely drop in and ask away. I'm happy to help people out. I don't charge for that kind of stuff. I just love doing it. So I definitely hope you guys took something from it. I definitely took something from everybody else's talk. Everybody seems to be exactly on the same page here, which I think is super, super cool. You know, get up and move. If you're stuck in a chair all day, get up, go for a walk, join a burpee challenge. They suck, but they're fun. So do whatever you gotta do. Just keep moving, and questions and anything like that, you know, information's online. There's places you can go. So thank you all for the talk. I really appreciate it. Have a great day.
Thank you, Renee. And even as Sharon just pointed out in the chat box, so positive that as soon as you brought up the 65-year-old individual, I grabbed those weights and I thought, you know what?
Yeah, anything's a weight.
Moderating. It's time to inspire healthy habits. So officially in Zestfest, we're eating spinach and we're pushing and pulling weights. That's amazing. And Renee, we're going to send all questions to the after our next presenter. So if anyone has for Renee, you can put them in the chat box right now.
Awesome. I'll be hanging out watching.
Of course. So then with that said, Dr. Scott Cooley, the next 10 minutes is yours. And so when you're ready, you can hop on, and we're extremely excited to listen to you.
Good afternoon. So as Nathan said, my name is Scott Cooley. I'm a chiropractor at Sunset Crest Chiropractic in Barbados. It's my pleasure to be here with everybody today. Definitely a lot of great information so far. I'm talking about aches and pains today, which, I mean, generally when people come into a chiropractor, they're usually presenting with some sort of a neuromusculoskeletal complaint like low back pain, sciatica, neck pain, carpal tunnel, headaches, things like that. And obviously they're looking for relief from those items. And chiropractic definitely gets great results with those conditions. But it's not because chiropractic has a magical adjustment for sciatica or low back pain. It's really about, chiropractic's really about function. Aches and pains are signs that your body isn't working right. Your brain, your spinal cord, your nerves relay the messages to tell your body how to heal and function. The different stresses, whether it be physical, chemical, or emotional stresses, start to produce postural changes, muscles contract, joints get locked, and that starts to interfere with the messages from those joints. And then as we don't get that proper communication between the brain and body, we start to lose the communication between the brain and the body. And chiropractic's really based, what it comes down to, on two principles: that the body is self-healing and self-regulating. For instance, if you cut yourself, right, your body will, right, heal and help to eventually, that scab will turn into a scar and eventually go away. Self-regulating, right? If you get too cold, you get shivers, right? It tries to regulate your body temperature. The second truth is that your nervous system, like I was mentioning, controls all parts, glands, and organs in your body. And so it's the communication between the brain and the body, telling the body what to do, perceiving your environment from the outside, telling you that, right? You can hear my voice, you can smell different smells. That's all based on nervous system. And so if you interfere with that communication, by deduction, you're then going to interfere with the body's ability to self-heal and self-regulate. And so that's where most people, when they come in with their aches and pains, they aren't coming in due to a traumatic accident. They didn't get hit by a bus. Usually it's the day-to-day stressors, sitting at your desk all day, not getting enough movement in your spine and in your life, like the last lady was just saying. Movement is a nutrient. And so we need to make sure that we're taking care of the body, because over time, those little stressors of sitting all day and having poor postures at your computer, they start to build up. And eventually, in most cases, it's the straw that broke the camel's back. People say rarely are they coming in because of the injury? They're saying, you know, I just woke up and now my arm's numb, or you know, my back pain just started hurting over the last couple weeks and I thought it would go away, and now I have sciatica going down my leg. So it's more about, obviously we need to address the ergonomic issues, which people were mentioning earlier today with ergonomics in the workplace, making sure your workstation's set up properly. If you're doing repetitive movements during your day, making sure that you have proper ergonomics to try to minimize any of those stresses. More importantly, I would say it's making sure that your body's able to adapt to those stresses. We want to minimize them, obviously, but we want to make sure your body's working properly to be able to adapt to them. And that's where chiropractic comes into play, is that we're trying to get the joints moving better again. It's really about function, getting the joints moving better again, so they get the proper signals from those joints to the mechanoreceptors, which are telling your body how you're moving and working, getting the right input. It's the old saying, garbage in, garbage out. I think that was a computer term. We want to make sure that you're getting the right input so that your body can express a good output. And so that's where, in my office, we focus a lot on posture correction to make sure that the frame of the body is working as best as it can, so that it's able to adapt to the daily stressors is the main thing. So aches and pains, obviously they should always be checked out. Pain, I think pain is brilliant. Pain's your inborn warning system telling you that there's something wrong. A lot of people tend to ignore or try to cover up the pains. For instance, headaches. First thing people do when they think about a headache, what they do is they take a Panadol, a Tylenol, some kind of a painkiller to deal with the headache. But your headache isn't due to a lack of Panadol or Tylenol in your body. Your body's telling you that there's something going on. A lot of times I see a lot of headaches related to the neck and to the positions people have now, using their iPhones, their iPads, being in a really flexed forward position. So we really want to focus on improving those positions and allowing the body to be able to function as it was designed to function. So it's more than, I mean, a lot of people think, I'm going to go to a chiropractor, I'm going to get cracked, which, I mean, the only thing I crack is eggs with my breakfast. But it's a matter of improving the function of the body is what chiropractic is all about. And as you function better, you're going to start to feel better. And that's really the whole gist about chiropractic. And I mean, obviously, you always want to pay attention to symptoms, and you want to address them. You don't want to let them, you know, fester. And I mean, a lot of people, low back pain turns into radiating sciatic pain down the leg. Neck pain, poor postures can be quite related to carpal tunnel and pains that people get in their hands. So it's a matter of improving the function. I think I ran over that pretty quick, but it's a matter of you know, pay attention to the pain. Don't ignore the pain. Pain's there to tell you that there's something going wrong. We want to address it, and instead of, because really in Western medicine, we're very reactive. Care is very reactive. We wait for the pain to show up before we do anything about it. What I really try to instill in people is to be proactive, right? Western medicine at best is early detection, right? So we can detect things when they're there, but if you show up and you're in great health, there's not a whole lot they can do for you, right? And so the majority of people will come in symptoms, but then we get to wellness care where they don't want to go back to symptoms again. We want to keep the body functioning properly throughout life. We say as good as you can, as often as you can, for as long as you can. We want to keep the body functioning properly. And that's where proactive care comes in, which is, I think, what this whole event is about. This wellness is about doing as best as you can, whether it's nutrition, exercise, keeping the body and the spine working properly, reducing stressors with your ergonomics, mental health, spiritual health. All of those things are really important to keep a proper balance and have a proactive healthcare system, really. Because we find by just letting things go. In Barbados, 83% of all deaths in Barbados are due to chronic non-communicable disease. So we really need to address, especially in this time with COVID, the strength of our body, keeping our immune system strong by eating right and exercising, getting out in the sun. There's so much, obviously, sun down in Barbados and throughout the rest of the Caribbean, but we tend to hide from it. We hide in the air conditioning, or we're covered up, we aren't getting proper vitamin D. So it's really important to take all those factors, be proactive with them, and that's going to take you a long way to having a healthy life and reducing aches and pains that people experience. I think that's it for me. I think I appreciate the messages I'm seeing here. If you have any questions, I look forward to answering them during the question period. And I hope you all have had a wonderful day and got a lot out of this. I think the biggest thing is, obviously, you've got a lot of information today, but the most important thing is taking something and actually applying it. It doesn't have to be, you don't have to apply everything you heard today, but just apply one thing and continue to grow and constantly improve on those things. And over time, that's where you're going to get health. It's a constant, never-ending improvement. So share with your family too, share with your friends, these little gems and pieces of information you got today, so that you can, that's really how we're going to change the health of our communities and the health of our islands and countries, is to, it's kind of a grassroots effort. Everybody needs to take responsibility for their health, and slowly, person by person, we're going to get healthier. We're going to get that number of chronic disease down.
I agree with you. We do have to take responsibility for our own health. Thank you so much for your contributions. Also, thank you to Tali, Gabby, also Agatha, and Renee, Scott, myself. Thank you so much for your contributions. And we're going to move into the question and answer segment. Before I do that, though, I want to remind all attendees, and notice that we still have quite a bit of attendees still on with us towards the very last end of this presentation. And we want to remind you, if you haven't registered on Eventbrite for this event and we don't have your email, can you please drop your emails into the chat box at the bottom? Again, everyone that wants to get some resources from Zest, from some of our partners, and then also for our feedback survey that we want to present to you, drop your emails into that chat box and we will get in contact with you. Also, before we start the question and answer segment, I think it's also important for us to remind everyone to follow CG Zest Wellness. That's CG Zest Wellness on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. We will provide you with a lot more resources as time continues on. And then we have a giveaway. We have two prizes to give away at this moment. We have a prize from Beyond Fitness. It's an all-access gym membership. And that prize goes to, now this name is hard to pronounce, and forgive me if I mess it up. It's Shabion, it's from FIL Bermuda. Shabion Portslet's-Witt. I'm sorry if I messed it up. Again, that's Shabion Portslet's-Witt. That's POSTLETHWAITE. You just won a Beyond Fitness All Access membership. Another prize to give away, drum roll please. And this prize is for Fueled Bermuda. That's our cooking demonstration with our nutritionist just moments ago. This prize goes to an employee of CG Insurance in Bermuda. That's Donika Evans. Again, Donika Evans, who just won a prize from Fueled Bermuda. And that's our nutritionist who did recently our cooking demonstration. Thank you. So questions from the audience. They're not a lot of questions, but we do have some comments and feedback from our presenters and partners. I do want to pose the first question though to Agatha, if you don't mind. It's a nutrition question. Hi. Thank you so much for your cooking demonstration just a moment ago. The smoothie is definitely something that I encourage persons to do on a regular basis. I noticed you use a lot of great spinach. Spinach is my favorite ingredient in all spinach and in all smoothies I make.
Nice.
I try to stem away from the spinach, but it's hard to because everything I do is spinach, spinach, spinach. So
Okay.
there was some comments about your blender though. Everyone was saying it was so quiet. They wanted to know what brand it was. And I like the fancy wine glass you're using with the smoothie. Good touch.
Thank you. Thank you. The blender is just a KitchenAid. So it's not, it's, you know, I personally feel you don't need to have like an expensive Vitamix to get started. I feel that the KitchenAid one is just great. And it blends through the frozen bananas and it gets everything blended together really well. If you have and I prefer those over like the magic, but like the bullets, the smaller size things. You have to make sure all of your fruit are small size and in order to fit in those cups. So I like the full blender. You can put in full, a full grapefruit, full bananas, and you don't have to worry about cutting everything really small. So I use a full blender, just a KitchenAid. Nothing tremendously. I think they go for between $100 and $200 in Bermuda. So yeah.
A question when it comes to smoothies. Is breakfast the only time smoothies are recommended? What's your opinion on that?
That's a great question. So I like to think of food as medicine. So that's the approach I take, and that's why I went into all of the different nutrients and the nourishing components of the foods that go into here. So I really like to have it in the morning because with all the greens in that, I know I've nourished my body, I've hydrated after sleeping for a really long time. So you've broken your fast from sleeping with all these, vitamins and hydration and all that great stuff. But they're also fantastic for post-workout. So after a workout, if you want to really replenish your body with the electrolytes and the energy and bananas, the plant protein, you can add the almonds, you can add walnuts, you can add hemp seeds, flax seeds, get more plant protein in there. You can add nut butters, so like an almond butter or something like that. So really great post-workout as well. And, you can make them lighter and just drink your greens. Sometimes we don't have time for a salad or to put together a salad. So it's nice to just drink your greens anytime. And then I would reduce the amount of bananas and I would just do spinach, a grapefruit, water, 2 prunes, and blend it with a lot of water. And then you have like a blended juice almost that isn't so much a smoothie, but you can take that throughout the day and it won't have all the carbohydrates all the time from the banana, but you can keep drinking your greens all day long. Really great for your immune system and your skin, your brain function. So yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, our next question Scott, Dr. Scott Cooley. You mentioned headaches as a sign of pain issues, and when it comes to neck and back. Can you explain a little bit more about persons who may be experiencing headaches? How do I identify if I have a headache and there might be some spinal or joint pains?
Oftentimes, probably the most common headache is a cervicogenic headache, which is basically cervicogenic means generated or started in the neck. Oftentimes, that would be from, you'll tend to get neck pain, right, or tension in the neck that starts off, which is kind of a precursor to the headache. You kind of know it's coming as your neck gets stiff once you've had them often. So, and that's often going to have a lot to do with your computer time, usually your computer time, but because of having the neck flex forward and that forward head position. Forward head position is posture is very common, not normal, but common because of technology.
We've got to watch our posture to make sure that we're not leaning over and hunching over. I think Dr. McCullough also mentioned that earlier, and because that connection with the spine should be more upright and not hunched over. And that can lead to headaches if we constantly do that, right?
It can lead to one form of headache, correct.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Cooley.
You're welcome.
And for all of us that are still on the presentation today, a reminder to you, if you did not sign up through Eventbrite, drop your emails into the chat box. The recipes, the free books, the advice from all our partners presenters and panelists. We have some great information that we want to share with you. Also the recording from this actual presentation today, and additionally a feedback survey for everyone, because we value your opinion. And we can't continue putting on these events without your opinion. So thank you again for joining us today. So with that, and that concludes our question and answer segment. I'm gonna invite Nathan back. Nathan, come and join me.
With pleasure, Donovan.
What's your thoughts from today, Nathan?
Thoughts from today, and this was also a thought from one of our other Zest Wellness team members, Katie, is the stories behind a lot of the community partners and how they turned either pain or they turned gaps into businesses or into movements. And so hearing their stories, the mindset behind their businesses was amazing.
I think today is definitely an eye-opener. When we think that we can't overcome the barriers of what's happening around us right now, the injustices, the pandemics, the stresses of today and the new normal, we definitely do feel a bit more empowered today. And my last words I want to say, Nathan, before I turn it over to you and give our thanks in closing, is words from Dr. Seuss. In fact, he says, "We have brains in our head, we have feet in our shoes. We can steer ourselves in any direction we choose." Thank you.
Yeah, especially when we tie our direction coming down to our healthy habits and us being in control of our healthy habits, and specifically, like we've learned, our tiny habits. It's amazing, everyone. We have over 100 of you still on this meeting right now, this event, which is, I think that says a lot in and of itself right there. From everyone from our Zest Wellness team members to production, to all of our keynote speakers, the panelists, the community partners, this is how we can make a ripple effect for change. In particular, change, as Dr. Cooley just mentioned, being all to do with wellness, being proactive and creating healthy people, healthy companies, helping the healthcare system, and then creating healthy countries, as well as what we've all come together today. Lastly, this conversation doesn't have to end right here as well. So if you've liked what you've heard, please reach out to us. Reach out to your respective Zest Wellness coordinators, because we would love to take what we've learned today and act on it within your business to help create healthy people. That is the end of Zestfest, Cultivating Wellness in Uncertain Times. And to everyone, thank you, thank you, thank you. We are all together better. Bye, everyone.